Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of your College Nation radio show. I'm the College Genesis, and we're gonna have a good show for you tonight. Now, folks, and when I say that I'm gonna be at my most offensive best tonight, I am. When I say that my job is to piss people off and to offend people, because if I'm not pissing people off, then I feel like I'm not doing my job. I'm not really doing what I was put here to do, which is to make you think. You know. Now I will say this. Like they always there's a song back that came out in the '80s called "Looking for Love in All the Wrong Places." Looking for love. Now, if you come here looking for love, I can't help you. I can't help you. You know, and this you're looking for love in all the wrong places. I'm most likely going to say something to offend you or piss you off or get you at cursing at the computer screen, because that's what I do. I tell the truth. I bring the Negro out of you, you know, and my job is to spread the notion of FTA, not FBA, FTA. What does FTA mean? It means foot to ass, right? Foot to ass. That's what black people need right about now. Foot to ass. You know, all a bunch of freaking nonsense I'm seeing running around. And like I said, April Fools was 2 days ago, and so it seemed like I'm on a ship with a in April with a ship of fools. You know, I have never seen anything like this. Just in my freaking adult lifetime, I'm watching everything that I ever believed in come crashing down. You got celebrities out there saying that it's okay for white people to use the N. Of all the things you could be talking about in this goddamn world, white people saying the N word is that important? It's just mind boggling. Like I said, the ship of fools, right? And I'm tired of being on the ship of fools. So you guys want to be on the ship of fools? You're gonna be on your damn self, right? Because I'm not riding with fools anymore. I don't give a damn what it is. I don't give a damn if it's a Pan African ship of fools. I don't care if it's the FBA ship of fools. I don't care if it's the Democrat ship of fools. I don't care if it's the MAGA ship of fools. I am sick and tired of being on a ship of fools. You know, I am not going to be on something that I got fools staring me into the abyss. And that's what you have right now. Now, folks, when you have a topic like a ship of fools in April, you know it's going down tonight. You know it's going to get hot in here tonight. You know tempers are going to flare and passions will be raised. You know, it's going to be off the chain. The usual suspects will come up here and everything. So we're going to talk about that tonight. I want to start with this. Um, there's this fat lady. I think she's from Chicago. She says I don't know if she's saying that she's out of Zambia now, and she's saying that her kids are still there. And just her statement is sketchy. I do believe there's people out there who are going to Africa. These people believe so. What I did not realize, right, was the extent that people will go to stop what we're trying to do. But I should have known this, right? Because people don't understand. When Marcus Garvey had his Liberia plan to go to build settlements and everything like that, he announced it too early. So it gave people like W.E.B. Du Bois to go bring his slimy ass to Liberia to warn them about letting Liberia. He said he's coming from J. Edgar Hoover, and W.E.B. Du Bois was working with the U.S. government and the FBI and all of that to set Marcus Garvey up. But Garvey, basically being a young man, he was just ideal. Oh yeah, we black, we're gonna do this. He shouldn't have let his intentions be known. Just like read right now on my platform and everything, people always try to get me to reveal what I'm doing. And you notice I never tell anybody. There's a lot of stuff I'm doing behind the scenes. I'll never reveal on the air because I know what people do. They start doing things to try to sabotage you or look into it or whatever like that, or try to preempt you, whatever like that. It's not gonna happen to me, you know. So you can try all you want, try all you want, but you're not gonna be successful. The point I'm trying to make is, the point I'm trying to make is, we have way too many fools running around our community. You've got Umar Johnson, and it's just like a friggin' nightmare. There's 45 million black people in America. We have no agenda, no leadership. And I heard something really lately. I've been hearing some good commentary on social media. This one guy said the FBA does not want reparations; they just want a paycheck. There's two different things. Reparations and a check are two different things. Reparations means that you believe that you're a nation that needs repair. The FBA do not believe they're a nation. They believe they're foundational black Americans. I said to this one, and I always say this, right? I'm arguing with this one so-called FBA sister. She has a lot of content on that you probably seen on YouTube and all that. She's all right looking, The FBA women, they always look all right, sort of all right, She was like, well, Ghana don't speak for me and whatnot. Yeah, I said, well, to get a reparations or whatever like that forward, you need a nation state. She goes, I'm American. And then I said to her, I said, then why don't you petition the Trump administration or the American government to fight for your reparations? No answer. It's been 3 days and no answer back. She said, no, I'm an American. How can you be an American and you're fighting for reparations to get from where? America. It doesn't make any sense. The idea of reparations means you're indicting a country and a government. You're declaring yourself a sovereign or an entity. You're not saying you're part of the country. That means if you say for reparations, that voids the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. You have to get a majority of black people to disavow the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment and basically renounce their citizenship and claims to American citizenship, right? Then America's obligated to pay you for past grievances and recourse. Then what happens is you are now stateless. What gets me is I know for a fact that the matter is most black people don't want to go that far. They think they want to live in the comfort of America. They want to go out the club and everything, but they want a paycheck. They just want a check, and it doesn't work like that. The government of Ghana did the right thing. All they did was get it on record that the slave trade was a crime against humanity. Now going forward, right, that's going to basically be on the table of everybody with negotiations for business, trade, international policy, and everything like that is on the table. And eventually some sort of reconciliation or restitution will be done. But that's probably for the next generation. That probably won't be in our lifetime, it'll be in the next generation. But it took a country like Ghana to get the ball rolling. And these Negroes are mad at Ghana for getting the ball rolling. Well, we didn't need no help. Well, how were you supposed to get it? You thought Tariq Nasheed was going to get something? How you going to have reparations and no international body of thing have ever said that the transatlantic slave trade was wrong? Look, bro, DK, you're not on the intelligence level to call me a cuck. I'm just putting it to you like it is. It ain't about being a cuck. It's the fact that Ghana is a republic, a nation state. And for all it's worth, black people had decided that they didn't want a nation state. That ain't being a cuck. I'm just telling you like it is. See, these African countries are smart enough to have governments. Black men in America calls themselves so advanced. The black people in America are probably the most powerless black people on the planet. You know, no, the Arab slave trade was not near what the Ghana did not exist at the time. DK, Ghana did not exist at the time. Sorry to make like that. There was a freaking place called the Gold Coast, whatever, with different kingdoms and everything. The country of Ghana Republic of Ghana did not exist at the time. The geopolitical entity that you see on the map, something the black man in America does not have, a geopolitical entity that's recognized state, a recognized state on the world on the map. Ghana as a nation state did not exist at the time, you know. So I know what Losey said, but Losey's situation is not my situation. You know, I'm not threatened by Africans in America. Losey basically is trying to use FBA because as just I can see similarities. The difference is that Africans are not overrunning Black America. Black America still do most of the hard work, still got most of the jobs, got most of the opportunity. So I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not bothered by Africans getting online talking stupid nonsense. That's just a desperate plea of powerless people. Africans are powerless, So what am I going to get mad at powerless people for? I let them talk, whatever it is. Don't bother me, one bit. Whatever they can say, whatever they want, because you only basically have power if they have something that I need or I want. Right now, Africa does not have anything I need or want. The average Black person in America, if he never sees Africa or does anything with Africa, if Africa did not exist tomorrow, no one will lose any sleep. But at the same time, Africa can't say the same thing. They have to come to America. They have to adjust to our culture. I was watching something the other day, right? And it dawned on me, right? Dawned on me the other day and I always talk about this, right? A lot of our good brothers and African brothers and sisters will say, "Oh, now Africa's popping and whatnot." Now, everybody wants to. I said, no. When I look at video, I was studying this the last couple of days. I looked at entertainers like P Square and these other people. They got on gold Cuban link stuff, sagging jeans, all stuff like that. The Air Force Ones, and they got the gold grills in their mouth and whatnot. And I'm saying that's what it is. It's not like we have accepted Africans more. They basically, hey, DK, I don't care who will follow me or not. Nobody tells you need to understand something. I don't give a damn what nobody think. If all you guys disappeared the fucking tomorrow and stop listening to my show, I would not care. I call it the way I see it, and that's why people listen to me. That's why people follow me. So I call it like it is. I know what the hell I'm doing. I gotta walk a delicate balance, right? I'm in Africa right now. I'll be a hypocrite if I'm gonna freaking start telling talking shit about Africans. The hell I'm gonna do? Yeah, I do still believe in Pan-Africanism. So I'm gonna walk a delicate line, keep Africans in check, but understand that the power still is in Black America's hand. That's what I'm saying. So I was basically saying that did we ever really start accepting Africans more? No, I just think when you look at groups like Fireboy and all these other Laho and all them, and Soko, their aesthetics and what they look like, their style looks hip hop. It looks modern. It looks like something we can relate to. They're becoming very fucking relatable. Hey, DK, if you want to go do a show and you want to sit there and bash Africans all day, you can go do your own show and bash Africans all day. I'm not going to say they're not that important to me. Africans are not important. They're really not. This show is for Black America. So I don't need to talk about Africans every fucking day. So anyway, basically, I'm not a fucking FBA. I'm not fucking FBA. I'm not that stupid, ignorant shit. You know. Anyway, so then I remember back in like the 2000s, right before these Afrobeat groups came up, whatnot. I was listening to people like Hugh Masekela, right? Fela Kuti, what's his name? That sing this song, Africa. Those say Salif Keita, I think his name, Salif Keita. You know, and Angeline Kudo. She's from Togo, right? And those were like real modern Afro beats, I thought, right? Because they showed the culture and the stuff like that, what it'll sort of be. So right now, I don't really consider Afro beats basically the 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 transform thing they said. Because I think Afro beats, what they did was they cosplayed hip hop and black culture in America. And so therefore some black people in America like it and stuff like that, but they're not really buying into Africa. You know, they're buying into a pseudo version of Africa and stuff like that. I mean, it's good and everything, but when Africans get up and boast that, oh, Afrobeats is taking over, no. Our Paimo, when I seen this one girl, and somebody made a point. What's this called? Amapaimo, whatever that music is called, right? They had a South African girl and a Kenyan girl. Both had a freaking wig and a weave on and whatnot, And people were like, where's the African in this? They're both doing the dance. I'm a Paimo dance, whatnot. One's a Kenyan, one's a freaking thing. They both got straight, long hair, whatnot. That's very un-African looking. So what I'm saying is, brothers and sisters in Africa got to start appreciating themselves in their natural state. You know, stop trying to imitate Black America all the time with everything. And then we can have some semblance of whatever. Those necessary. The world should not revolve around Black America. I appreciate Africans in their own culture. I appreciate African culture, and stuff like that. But when people are clearly cosplaying Black America, it's like, how is hip hop African music? This is what I'm talking about. This is the fucking problem. This is what causes a lot of stuff. Like, knew it, Mr. Sandman, fucking weirdo. I should have known, Mr. Sandman. Goddamn, hip hop is not African fucking music. Hip hop is so many generations removed from Africa, So how can it forget African music? Hip hop is Black America. Black American culture has its roots in Africa, but the hip music comes from an experience. Laughing like Sagat said, I'm Liberian and I'm a part of my Afrobeats. I agree that African need to stay African. Like, I have no problem with them doing that, right? But the problem is that a lot of our African brothers and sisters are trying to compete with Black America. We're coming to take over. We're gonna Afrobeats. You can't be more Black American or more hip hop or more hood or Black American than I am. You can't do that. You can only be the best in your original form. So whatever like this, Black America is a culture. Our experience is this. Everything Black America does, right? Like the blues. Blues come from a unique thing. Blues couldn't have developed in Africa. Why? Because there was not an oppressive system. We literally had a majority race here that was brutal, that was unapologetically brutal and racist. And we had to try to build a culture and a life here in this brutal racist civilization that marginalized us, that lynched us, that killed us, that degraded us in everything human possible. Out of that came the African American culture. Out of that came our music. Out of that came our dance. All these things from the African American experience that did not develop in Africa, that developed right here in America. So when Africans say, "Oh, hip hop," no, hip hop. Your African music has to go through and be put to the test. We were put to the test in America. The fact that we had a culture that survived here and basically transformed everything. We transformed American culture. You know, rock and roll, all that stuff like jazz comes from us. So when people say, "Oh, it's all African," no, you give you what you're doing. You're being dismissive of the pain and suffering that created that culture. You know, you're basically saying that doesn't really matter. We just got off the boat. We were doing hip hop and jazz on the boat, and we just came over. No, all those music and stuff like that, the gospel and everything like that came from oppression in America. That's unique to the African American culture. You know, until we have that, until we have that understanding, we're never going to get along. You know, that's what it is. Now, I think I bear some responsibility for that because I don't know. I don't know. Look, I haven't been getting my ass kicked for 300 years. You know, I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Sandman. You're saying so. The bottom line is this: I'm just telling you my history. You know, why don't you tell that to the white man? Right now, the white man still got monuments saying, "Remember the Alamo." Should they, Mr. Sandman? Should a white man stop with his Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day? Should we stop celebrating Memorial Day? Man, that happened so long ago. Isn't the Memorial Day friggin' bitching and complaining about what happened in the past? Isn't remembering the Revolutionary War also like that? Isn't that friggin' bitching and complaining? Why is it only when black people do it? Because Mr. Sandman, deep down inside, is an Oreo. That's why I call him Mr. Oreo Man. Because Mr. Sandman is a white man in black skin. He wants to see his docile. No, we're not going to forget our ancestors. I don't give a damn who does not like it. I'm going to tell a story of a story of the African American. I'm always going to tell my people's story. My souls and my ancestors are never going to be laid to rest if we freaking don't tell their story. They're not here to defend themselves. We're here for that, you know. The African likes to get. So I was just saying, Africans should stay original. Yeah, it's popular culture, it's pop culture. Yeah, you know. Yeah, right. I agree with you, brother. I agree with you. You know, I see it. I see it. I see it right here. I'm in Liberia right now. I see it. You know, I don't think the thing is the good thing about Africans is you don't have you don't have any Jews on the continent and stuff like that. You don't have Jews, and you don't have really a white audience to sell degenerate to. You pretty much got control over your music in Africa. That's a good thing about it. So I don't think it'll go the way of gangster rap did and stuff like that in America. Gangster rap only blew up because there was a white audience monetizing it. You know, conscious rap never blew up because white people wasn't buying that. So Mr. Sandman, you're a dipshit. The United States still celebrates Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day. Every December 7th, we get reminded of what happened in Pearl Harbor. Should the Jews stop talking about the Holocaust, Mr. Sandman? So the Japanese stop talking about Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They got wreaths and monuments, everything to the people who died in that war. Why is it the only group of people that is supposed to forget and get over it is Black America? I think Mr. Sandman's a fucking African. You know, I think he's an African or Caribbean. Look, I have no idea. Island Man said, I have nothing wrong with Africans embracing American culture, right? But the problem is when they start calling that American culture, African culture, that's all we're saying. No, it's not. Africans should start standing on their square and supporting their own culture and that thing like that. Bring that culture to the table, and let's all compare notes and whatnot. Appreciate each other's culture differences. So I don't know what Mr. Sandman be talking about, man. Be talking some crazy shit. Oh boy. But it's like I said about this lady in Zambia, this freaking hippopotamus. She's running around talking about the government of Zambia got her kids and whatnot. They wouldn't let them leave, but over $100, something like that, fine, whatever, like that. And then he asked her a couple of questions. Everybody keep asking, well, she goes, I want to see if I could contact. She's spreading a thing against Zambia. And all these FBA people, see, I told y'all not to go to Africa or not. Look, I'm in Africa fucking right now. Come here every year. She goes to Zambia, and there's more to the story than that. There probably was something wrong with her kids. Probably one of them was sick, or they probably got lice or something like that, whatever. Or she wasn't properly bathing them or something. Who knows what happened? But they're not letting the kids leave. They got her kids in foster care from Zambia. And so I'm thinking to myself, it could be that she want to leave her, have an excuse to leave her kids there, so you come back to America and go run the streets and do her thing. I could be it too. You never know. Because she looks like one of those types, How do you overstay your visa? And then if you do overstay your visa, how you get out of that situation is you contact your embassy. There's a United States embassy in Zambia. The embassy will solve 99.9% all your problems. Her problem is definitely one of the cases for the embassy that she didn't bother talking about that she called the embassy. Who the hell travels to any place and don't understand that, one, you never go to a country that does not have a U.S. embassy or consulate. Never travel to a country like that. And two, when you get to that country, make sure you check in with your embassy, register online. They got a thing, I forgot what it's called. It's an app you download, right? You can make an account. And every time you're in a country, you tell the government before you travel. So they have a knowledge of you, tell them how long you're gonna be there in that country, right? Because let's say you do not board your flight or something like that, they will come looking for you. They will come looking for you. You got an American citizen there, I don't know about that, which we call Rudy. You be having some weird stuff. John Newton sung Amazing Grace. He was a slave trader, at so-called turn the new thing. I don't buy that shit, He made a fortune in slavery, and then suddenly he goes blind. And he says, I was blind, now I see. Of course you do. You lost your sight, you got sick, you're on your deathbed. Of course you got Amazing Grace. But yeah, so here's what it is, folks. But we're dealing with a ship of fools, right? I'm not going to be on the FBA ship of fools. You got FBA running around. Because the more and more FBAs, right? You're not telling me nothing. Most of them believe, they keep saying this thing about they're aboriginal to America. Well, here's one thing. If you're indigenous to America, then why do you carry, you look in your medical records, every Black person who's from West Africa carried the sickle cell trait. The only people that can get the sickle cell disease are sub-Saharan Africans. All Black Americans have to be treated with sickle cell disease when you're born. You know, that's something that's carried. What that also shows you is, although we've been here 400 years, that the basic DNA and the biology of Black America is still very much African because we still got the sickle cell trait that has not disappeared yet. Maybe a couple of thousand years living in America, it might. We might mutate into something else. But we still carry the same basic genes as a West African, as a Central African. So you got these people out there. I'm a Navajo. Native Americans do not have the sickle cell trait. You do. They can't get melanoma. They cannot get the sickle cell anemia. And so, bottom line is this: the sickle cell is something unique to West and Central Africa and Black America and the Caribbean. Black people, Black African people. You know, so racially, biologically, we are Africans biologically. Now, culturally, our culture is a fusion of African culture. Our culture is also a fusion of Scottish culture, English culture, Irish culture, and different other cultures that added influence to Black America over the centuries of us being here. So that's just where your culture is your environment. It was definitely shaped by things. And then I remember something when I was a kid. It brought something back to me. I never forget when I was a kid, the Creole side of the family, my father's side, right? My grandmother, or my father's mother, I used to go stay with when I was a kid. And I noticed there was a difference when I stayed with my my maternal grandparents and then my father's parents, right? There was two, even though they're both Black, they were slightly different. Slightly different. I'm starting to come to me, type of foods we ate and stuff like that. It's all similar. Black people ate a lot of the same stuff. But there's some things that the Creole side of my family did that I didn't see value systems. For example, my grandmother, my father's mother, she always said she was an American, period. She always said she was an American. My mother's side of the family, they always stressed Africanness, Africans and stuff like that. That was my mother's side of the family. My father's side of the family were mostly Creole people, and they were just like American as apple pie. They were just the values of America, whatever like that, because they lived in these separate Black communities in Elizabeth State, North Carolina, and as they didn't have nobody telling them they're not, and so they basically became a part of America, I guess. But I remember one time, when I was growing up, and this is something that people need to understand something. Our culture in Black America, for the most part, right, comes down from the Magna Carta. That's from England. The way the value system that we had in Africa, as far as land ownership, was more communal, right? Now, some cases we had a fusion of that with this idea of a state or individual property rights. The compromise was building homesteads. I think we're the only group of people that really builds homesteads. Homesteads are land that one people have the land, right? You have the deed, right? That comes from the Magna Carta, right? But you have several other people may have like homes on that land, and they may pay you a rent or something like that, But it was a homestead. And I realized now when I was coming up, when I was going a kid, that a lot of the land that people built their homes on, a lot of my family owned the land, but they had people there, cousins, aunts, and it was no big deal. You just built a whole bunch of homes on the land, trailers, everything like that. Everybody lived on land. It's a homestead. So we did have the individual property rights, but we were more communal. We kept that village thing from Africa. We brought that village thing from Africa. At the same time, we had somebody had the land deeds and stuff like that to the property. So it was like a fusion of African and Anglo-Saxon culture in Black America. I remember my grandmother was like, but sometimes people who didn't have homesteads, my grandmother, she had a house on Pear Tree Road. Where these were all single family homes, whatever like that. Some brick and some were wood frame houses, right? Back in the days, you remember the Three Little Pigs, Huff and Puff blow your house down. First he blows the straw house down. Then the wolf, they said, okay, they went to the piggy's house with the wood. He blows the wood house. Then the last house was brick. The wolf couldn't blow the brick house down. But let me tell you something. When I was a kid, if all the relatives, right, you remember the ones who had a brick house. That was a big thing back when I was a kid. What's up, Dave? A red brick house when I was you were in North Carolina, you were status. You know, those houses were always cool on the inside. They had the AC in there, and their electric bill was always lower for some reason. A red brick house with the patio, the driveway, and everything like that, and the carport and the garage. That was modern, right? My aunt Mamie, she traveled the world. She went to Liberia. She went to go to Liberia. You know, she lived right across from Elizabeth City State University, right? And I drove by there a couple of months ago, right? And saw her old house is just still sitting there. She's long gone. But she was a woman. She traveled the world. She was like what they call nigga rich. She always had money. She traveled where she owned a lot of land and every farms and everything like that. She had a lot of money. She used to always travel, you know. Anyway, I looked at her brick house with the port and the patio, I was like, oh man, I remember them days. But now it doesn't matter because you got black people down there who are taking their land, their homesteads, leveling them, and they're building whole brand new subdivision with brand new homes, with in-ground pools and everything. So it's completely changed now. That battle back in the days between who had a wood house and who had a brick house that's just a North Carolina thing. If you're not from North Carolina, rural North Carolina, you won't understand what I'm talking about, you know. And you have to be old enough. I'm talking about the 70s and 80s, you know. My aunt maybe had a brick house when I. I'm trying to think. I think she was the only one in our family that had. Yes, I think she was like. Oh, anybody else? No, okay. People, other brick houses, well, people were just we knew, But our family, she was the only one in our family that had a brick house. That house was nice, nice. She had a nice brick house. It's still there. My grandmother's house is around the way. It's torn down. What's up, Rico? It's torn down now. They tore that down back in like '89. I think '89. I think a fire had there, and the city tore it down, condemned it, and tore it down. Well, yeah. So back to the FBA ship of fools, right? You got these fools running around talking about they want a reparations that Ghana. These fools are running around embarrassing us, right? They're going around making it seem like, and this is what I say. This is what happens when you have ghetto trash black people, right, with access to a phone and the internet. This is what I'm talking about. That's why I don't play with you ghetto ass fucking ignorant black people anymore. I don't play with you. You saw a video where Chicago, these fucking stupid girls were jumping on the police cars, dancing when they took all their fucking dumbasses to jail. Everything. And they'll say, what's the run rapper trying to rob Gucci Man? Just got out of jail, whatever like that, try to rob him. like I said, we have learned nothing. The rappers are out here doing the same fucking thing. I don't know why DK, Pookie shot Pooh Shiesty. I don't know why he thinks Ghana is a scam. I don't understand the logic in Ghana is a scam. Ghana did not have to do what they did, right? It's on record now that there was no reparations coming, DK. There was no reparations. The only people that you looked into is the fucking FBA people. There was no damn reparations on the table. The United States ain't gonna pay no fucking no reparations of black people. The whole idea was to get the world for the first time to acknowledge. Think about it. 2026, after Hiroshima, Nagasaki, you had the Holocaust, all stuff like that, right? Holocaust, all that stuff like that. And no one has ever said, you know something? What about the transatlantic slave trade? What this shows you is the United States power is like this. Yeah, everybody say Ghana's a scam country. Well, so you can say that. You know something, DK? I don't want to hear it. Wait till Lewis comes up here and you and him talk. I'm not here to defend Ghana. I'm not a Ghanaian. You know, so I'm not gonna. I'll wait till Lewis comes up here. If you want to debate Lewis on this or not, he's somebody that knows his country. That Ghana's not my country, so I don't know. You know, but all I know is every time I look around, black people, oh, there's somebody to scam. And I will say this: people always accuse somebody of scamming, but I never see any freaking proof or evidence. You know, I never see any proof or damn evidence. People never have any proof. There's it's a scam. Why? Because you say so? Yeah, because I say so. It's a scamming country. I say so. Or not. Blah, 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 blah. I ain't got no evidence or whatever like that. Ain't got no proof. Never been there. Don't know shit. Don't know my ass my elbow. But Ghana's a scamming ass country, man. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know. Look, Ghana was doing that with the military long before this thing happened. This is something Ghana, if you know anything, I've had word of this for like at least 7 or 8 years that the United States is building bases in Ghana, for in Ghana because they couldn't get any other West African countries to go along with it. Building bases in Ghana and stuff like that in Nigeria and countries like that, yeah, because it is what it is. It was like an Adu, it's a Hama, whatever like that. I don't know what the difference. Look, none of us here have ever are not in the task of feeding a population. That's why I say I'm careful about what I say about Liberia when I'm here. I'm careful about what I say about Nigeria. I'm careful about what I say about South Africa. I'm learning. I matured over the years, right? Because when it comes down to it, like when you come down to it, these people are responsible for whether people eat or whether people starve. There's no black person in America, no leader, no organization is responsible for bread and butter issues of black America. We're not that sort of people. We're so assimilated into American mainstream. There's no such thing as a black organization that puts food on the table. But in Africa, that's what it thinks. So when they make decisions, it's a bread and butter issue. How is it going to affect my ability to do this? You don't know what's on the table. You don't know what they have over the countries. And a lot of these countries are not out of debt. They're in debt and stuff like that. So I don't know. People could say all that what, but DK, that's pathetic. Hey, look, DK, that's the reality of being black, man, being an African, bro. Even your president, Traore, he signed a deal with Donald Trump to he signed a deal with Donald Trump, DK, DK's a funny dude. He's hilarious. Let's see. Let's look at this. Burkina Faso deal with Trump. Burkina Faso health care deal with Trump. Let's see what it brings up. Whoa, woohoo! Look at this. Look at this, DK. Woo, woohoo! I wonder what DK have to say about this. Burkina Faso and the U.S. government of Donald John Trump signed a 5-year, $140 million health agreement in February. Uh, 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 to strengthen disease surveillance, which means that they're going to basically be sending their data and their health records to the United States to study. Fight HIV/AIDS, malaria, and produce medical infrastructure, part of the broader American First global health strategy. The deal aligns Burkina Faso's goal while strengthening U.S. Influence in the Sahel. Whoa, that's Burkina Faso, bro. That's Burkina. I knew about this already, bro. I knew about this. I remember they were just talking about it, but they already did it already. Jeez, man. Okay, key details of the health agreement. Funding and commitment. The U.S. provides $147 million, but Burkina Faso is committed to increasing its domestic health spending. Focus areas. Deal prioritizes primary health care, supporting 55 new medical centers. That's good. The United States is helping Burkina Faso. That's good. Regional strategy. The deal acts as a form of soft power diplomacy for U.S. to curb Russia and China influence in West Africa. Digitalization. The partnership aims to enhance digital data reporting, early detection of disease outbreaks, preventing their spread to the U.S. The agreement is also one of several partnerships the U.S. has finalized with African nations, emphasizing shared security and health infrastructure development. Wow. So Burkina Faso and the United States have signed a big deal worth $150 million. Who would ever know, so it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Well, we can wish Burkina Faso the best of luck. I know that's DK's favorite country. We can wish Burkina Faso all the best of luck in the world, man. But that's so much for Burkina Faso fighting against the Trump administration. Yeah, man, I'm going to rise up. I got my good brother Dinah Samir involved on it. I've been keeping him abreast of what's going on in our group chats and whatnot. Dinah's is cracking up. I was just talking to Dinah yesterday. Yeah, I had palm wine what was it, like 2 years ago, right? And the wife comes and fucking just throws it out, just dumps it, grabs it from me, and dumps it, whatnot. It was all right, a little sudsy, whatnot. It was all right. I mean, a lot of stuff, if you go to palm wine and you drink it, okay, just a novel thing, but I don't think it tastes all that good. I'd rather have a shot of gin. I'd rather have some tequila, to tell you the truth. I'd rather have a tequila sunrise. It's 150 million, but you need a healthcare, Eddie. That's the most important thing of a country. First, before even transportation, before anything, food production. Food production and your healthcare infrastructure is the most vital thing. Your healthcare infrastructure, and if this thing is going to build a bunch of clinics in the country, that could do it. Now, how am I jealous of Burkina Faso? It's another African country. I wish you all the best, man. I'm rooting for Burkina Faso. No, I'm not gonna have Impala meet fucking Maruti. I don't fucking eat no damn Impala. You crazy? I'm not African like that, bro. How am I hating on him? I'm praising him, man. I'm praising Burkina Faso. To my Impala meat. Are you crazy? I am not hating on Burkina Faso. Yeah, what the problem is, before you can build factories and everything, me, what I've observed in Africa is the first thing is electricity. And the next thing is refrigeration and storage. Once you build those two things, is what then you can start producing because you can store food that you produce, and you could basically preserve food and stuff like that. You can can it, and then it devalues the food that you're producing. You know, so I don't know. Now DK called me a yard negro. I don't know how I'm a yard negro, man. That's really hurtful. DK, when it's all said and done, Shahor's going to be invited to the White House. They're going to have, let's see how it's going to work. Shahor's going to come to the White House, Donald Trump. They're going to have Snoop Dogg there, Lil Wayne, you know. They're going to have probably Kanye there performing. You're going to have Jay-Z, Beyonce there. And everybody's going to get down and also like that. And all the stuff you're talking about now, or not, Troy's going to have a nice suit and tie, a white shirt, suit jacket, and everything like that. And all the females, like Melania Trump and all these other women, are going to be all over him, whatever. you know. And so that's how it's going to go down, man. So you guys expect too much of him. So why is DK shitting on like oh my god, DK said they're shitting on Liberia, man. Man, don't be shitting on my country, man. Yeah. I bet you Horry's gonna end up getting a rap deal. He's gonna probably out there rapping. Boom, 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 boom. You think DK, who would be a good partner for even Rory to partner with DK? I would see him doing a freaking collab. Who's he gonna collab with? I think he might collab with Lil Wayne. I can see Troy collabing with Lil Wayne on her album, getting on track. No, maybe how about this? Well, Kendrick Lamar, Troy and Kendrick Lamar. 50. Yeah, 50. I think 50's past his prime. I would say Kendrick Lamar or J. Cole. Have Eva Traore in their video together, man. That'd be the shit. He said DK got regular Liberian. Yo, I tell you right now, man, holy jeez, man. I can say that because the wife is at a party right now. I'm by myself. And shit, look, this country has the fucking hottest black women on the fucking planet. Holy shit. I don't know how they do it. Pushasty. That dude is a clown. Like I said, they call me the ringmaster because we do a circus of deadly clowns. I don't know what you talk about, DK. These girls got such nice hair. They're tall, they're skinny. Just how I like them. Nice long hair, tall, skinny. I'm like, holy jeez. I'm like, but like I said, I can't do that because I'm married, whatever. I'm like, hey, shit, if I was single here, man, holy jeez. You know, I'm just telling you what I see. I'm just telling you what I see. You know, let's see. I noticed it last year, but not so much. But this year, holy jeez. I'm like, hey, because where I live at, this one girl lives across from me, man. Holy jeez, man. I'm like, whoa. Her and the other girl, they're sitting on their stoop doing their hair all day and whatnot. It's just so feminine seeing women braiding their hair. They're all like three of them braiding their hair and whatnot. I mean, just beautiful. You know, ain't nothing more beautiful than African women. I'm sorry. Nothing more beautiful than African women. There's not even close to me. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Nigerian women, dude, man, I'm looking at Nollywood. Those women are like fucking transvestites, man. Nigerian, no offense to Nigerian women, but they look like fucking transvestites. They look like men in the face. They look hard in the face. Liberian girls are actually cute. They're pretty. They got that prettiness about them. I don't think Kenya's women look like that girl. I don't know what DK like. I don't know where either. He's never been here. The bottom line is this. Look. I mean, I guess all women depend on your things, but I'm just telling you what I see here. You know, maybe because the Liberian women have our genes from America. Because you can't tell a Liberian girl from an African American girl. Come on, man. Kenyan women, come on, bro. I can't be doing Lapita, bro. Come on, man. Can't be doing that shit, bro. Come on, stop it. So. Well, if you like that, but I'm telling you like that, I just like the reason why I like Liberian women because they remind me so much of Black America. They look like the fine Black American girls back in the '90s. It's like I'm back in the '90s. I'm look like I'm back in the '90s with TLC, Aaliyah, Monica, Bray. That's what I feel like I'm in Liberia. That's how the girls look and act from like they're from the '90s. And Liberian girls got some fucking hot fucking females. Holy shit, man. Jeez. No wonder our ancestors came here and fell in love with this place. You know? Yeah, full of women. All right, I had this one full of girl. She lives in my apartment complex. She's in my complex, right? All I said was hello to her. She thought I was calling her over. I said, she said, huh? She had a look. I said, no, I just was saying hello. I mean, this girl looks like she could be a model. She had a Muslim shit on. It's like she could be a fucking model. Fulani girl. We have a lot of Fulanis here where I live at. Yeah, I don't know what that's you going by that the idea of stupid ISO speed thing, whatnot. Most women, Liberian girls ain't into that stupid shit. You know, they ain't out here on that stupid shit. Most of them real quiet and demure. They're real quiet and they're soft and they're feminine. You know, that's one girl who works at this one restaurant. I go in there. I'm not a colorist. I am not a colorist. I just like pretty girls. Look, I went to this one place, right? I said, this girl, she is so cute, man. And all of a sudden, I gave her a tip, right? And then I came there to get some takeout food again. It's a place called Shawawa. That's a Lebanese pizza place in Rehab, right? So I went there, wife's in the car. I went up there, pulled up there. She go, hey, when I gave me a hug, I was like, oh, baby, what? Sudden I was like, oh, shit. I look at my wife, look at me like, what the hell do you think you're doing? I said, look, man, she's a little girl, man. I'm like, ain't nothing like that, man. That's like, I got caught, man. I was like, I lost myself for a second. This girl was so cute, man. She was like, I go, you remember what I had last time? She go, yeah. She go, give me the same thing. I mean, what you call the Eswahini. I mean, I don't get it to, they be wearing the breast out. And so I don't like that, I don't objectify women like that, the Zulus, Eswahini world, they got their breast out and stuff like that. I can't do that, and so it is what it is. And also, DK, you do not see Lebanese guys with Liberian girls here. You rarely ever see that. You rarely ever see Lebanon. Now you do see some Ghanaian women here and some other type of black women here with Lebanese guys. You don't see Liberian girls, with Lebanese guys. Now you got some people, like I said, I thought that they were the Liberian girls, right? But you really got a lot of freaking foreigners in the most part, like the people who own Leela Brown, Lebanese guy and whatnot. And I think that lady, I don't know, I think she's Nigerian. The guy's wife, whatever. I think she's like a Nigerian. You know, so it really doesn't really matter, man, because people don't really care about nationality here. But you rarely see Liberian girls out there like that. And Liberians don't really they don't really mix with Lebanese like that. They don't really. Anytime you see Lebanese, they're always with other foreign blacks. They're always with Sierra Leoneans. They're always with Ivorians. They're always with Guinea people, Fulani people. They hang out with Fulani people. They hang out with Mandingos. And you'll see Lebanese with Indians and Nigerians, stuff like that. You just don't freaking see the like. I could tell an average Liberian. I could tell a Liberian, and I could tell when somebody else is a foreigner. I don't think so. I don't think so. Liberia, yeah, I don't. You will not see Liberian women in Gambia. So I'm saying, it's not them, bro. You know, you might have Sierra Leonean women, but you don't have Liberian women. But it is what it is, folks. DK just has a hard on for Liberian women, man. God damn, man. I guess I gotta show him some Liberian baddies. All right. I thought I was gonna hold up. Images. How do I blow this up? All right. So I'm trying to blow this up. I cannot do this. But like I said, this is an image of some of these Liberian girls, everything like that. So it's what you see right here. Like I say, these girls out here, that's how they look. You got these freaking girls out here, they're fucking smoking hot. They know how to dress too. You know, I should have some more pictures and whatnot. But yeah, some of these girls are good. Just gotta get them on thing, you know. So let me get my brother Dave up. See what brother Dave has to say. And also, DK, I have never, for the most part, you always see these women, they're always in shape here, you know, for the most part. You don't see any fat chicks up here, man. That's what I love about it, you know. Well, these are it's not a baddie site. I can't pull that up on here or whatnot, you know, because I can't pull up TikTok or anything like that up here. If I was able to pull TikTok, I could show you something, but I can't. So it is what it is. What I have to do is get a collage. I'm gonna make you a collage next show, and I'll show you. I'll show you a whole montage of fucking fine ass fucking females. You know. Tiandra Williams, man. You know, I'm gonna hook Tiandra up with all this. No, HIV is not high in Liberia. One, I'm not out here screwing nobody. What the fuck I can't? What do people say? HIV is high in college. So what the fuck I got? What's that got to do with me? I ain't fucking nobody here. You know, I got my wife. That's it. You know, HIV is high. I don't fucking trick or prostitutes and shit. You know, I don't go to fucking brothels. I don't do that stupid shit. If you say it one more time, I'm kicking you off my show, and you won't be here again. Now try me. I don't go to them fucking brothels. But know me, I don't do that shit. Never had to, never will. If I go to the brothels, how the fuck would I be on the show at night? You know, the fuck I want to do the show. If I was here doing shit, I would not be here doing a show. I'll be running the streets right now. I'm sitting doing a show because it's what I do. I mean, if you're a young guy in your 20s and your 30s and you want to do passport, whatever the fuck you want to do, that's fine. You know, I'm an older man, I'm a mature man, whatnot. I've been around and whatnot. You know, I'm past the age of chasing women. I can observe women, say, yeah, these are beautiful. I'm past the age of fucking chasing women. Fucking, I was here chasing women. I wouldn't be on the show doing what the hell I've been doing. Now, sometimes I really believe messing with black people on YouTube, all this shit's a fucking waste of time, you know? No, a man's still a man. That's what I'm saying. A man knows how to friggin' put his priorities first. People think a man's still a man. That means you gotta fucking run out there and fucking run around with fucking women. That don't mean you're a fucking man. It means you just can't control your fucking emotions. You can't control yourself. That's all that fucking means. Some dudes never grow the fuck up. They never grow up. They stay kids their whole fucking life. What's up, Focus Dave?
Hello, Kyler Genesis. You hear me? Kyler.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, bro. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. How you doing, man? How you doing, man? How's the trip?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear
Doing
you.
good.
I
How's
hear
it
you.
going, brother?
Yeah, I sent the link. If the
What's
guys want to see some Liberian girls, I sent the link in the chat. They could go
all
see some
right?
Liberian girls on the
Let's see what you
link.
got
It's on
here.
a Facebook link, so they can either
Yeah, I can't.
stop. You know what I
The thing
mean?
is, I don't
Yeah, I
think
know
I
you
can
don't.
pull
I
it.
know you
I don't
can't
think I can.
do it.
That's the whole problem. Is
Yeah, but I can do it on the Facebook.
where'd you send the link at?
I sent it in the chat. You want me to
The
send it in
group
the
chat,
back?
the back chat, or
Nah, the live chat. It was in a live chat.
all right, I can't see it. You know, hold on. Okay, it just says link. It doesn't say anything else.
Hold on. Let me send it.
Put in the back. Put it in the back chat.
I put it in the back chat.
I don't know if I can pull Facebook up on this whole thing. I don't know if I can pull Facebook up on this computer. Hold up. Maybe I could.
You know. The guys
right.
got to talk on things.
Okay. I wish I could let you browse without me logging in. Hold up. There's a group called Liberian Girls Are Beautiful. I see it's asking me to friggin' log in. I can't log in from this computer. I don't know. I can't log in from this computer on Facebook, you know?
Yeah.
I got all screwed up or not, you know?
It's not an open channel? It's a private channel?
What?
I said it's not an open channel. I thought it was a public channel.
It says you got to log in.
Oh, man.
You got to log in. The only place I got Facebook logged in is
on but my. Let them go. Let them go. They got a Facebook. Let them go up there. They got the girls, the ladies. They got a page that they feature themselves on La Bib. So
yeah, I see somebody that looks good, man. The girls are hot.
So you know,
and these girls are sophisticated too, man. See this girl yesterday, man, on Gabriel Tucker Bridge. Holy shit, bro! Girl had a fucking one. I love that one piece to be wearing. The one piece dress, like that.
Yeah.
They don't do that in America, man. They don't wear shit like that in America, man.
They ain't got no body to do that in America. Most of them.
Yeah, these girls are all slim. Like goddamn, man. It's like, damn, And something too.
Let me check this out. Let me check this link out.
And then also check us out.
Yeah, I'm giving you the link.
It showed you too. It showed you too. The girls in Africa, women in Africa don't relax their hair. How is it they don't relax their hair and they got nice long hair and they don't use relaxers? What does it tell you?
Yeah, GK, you want to know? You holla at me, bro. You want to know something? Holla at me. I'll put you on.
There's the iShowSpeed stream.
You can't.
That was bullshit. That was bullshit. That was Ghanaians who did that shit.
Hey, that's all I can go by because the other countries they produce, so
that shit was ran by Ghanaians, bro. I'm telling you, bro. It was ran by Ghanaians.
Even Benin. I was surprised. Benin's stream was pretty good. Yeah, so.
No, and I mean, and then like I said too, you don't got no Congo people there. That's another thing too. It's all native people. Ain't got no Congo people there. So you're gonna see those type of problems.
You heard about Floyd Mayweather, Dave? That dude,
he's scared.
Oh yeah.
He think he's broke.
Look at that. Scared to fight Pacquiao.
No, it's like this. Look, I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that he's like broke.
Yeah,
that dude got $200 million worth of cars. He has 100 cars worth of $1 million a piece.
He's a billionaire. He made $1.1 billion.
Yeah, man.
And he spent it all. And that guy's a fucking fool.
What was he? He was supposed to fight Pacquiao in a rematch.
No, he don't want to fight Pacquiao. The problem is Pacquiao.
I heard he took an advance and just like said, "Fuck it."
Yeah, they agreed on it to be a professional match, and Mayweather talking about he want an expedition. So I don't even know if that fight not gonna go through. So
look, Tandria Williams says, "My opinion, we just better look at it." No, I don't think so. See, that's the thing. A lot of black women in America think they're on that, man, and a lot of you guys been gaining weight.
I would say, yeah. Because I'm here.
Black women. Hold up. Black women in America used to be. Now they got them ugly ass eyelashes going out the look like paintbrushes. Now they're chunky.
Oh, stop.
and
You're biased,
ghetto
man.
and
You're
that-
biased. You're biased. You're biased.
No, I'm not biased. I'm just going by what I see. If that's true,
Come
they
on.
need to stay off social media. The only thing I'm seeing on social media is ghetto, nasty, stankitude. And I'm like,
Stop.
and no, I am dead serious, right? I'm dead serious. When every time you see them, they're always fighting with cops, trying to run out of stores, whatnot, and look at all kinds of like running out of dying. You see these two hippopotamuses, Dave? They ran out. It was a Jamaican spot in Chicago. They dined and dashed and ran out. You saw that shit? They ordered like $300, $400 worth of food and they dined and dashed. That's what black women in America are coming to, man.
Oh, come on, man. Stop hating. Stop exaggerating, bro.
I am not exaggerating, bro. I'm just telling you what I see. Stop letting me see it, and I won't say it, I only see what I say.
That stuff on YouTube, man. Whatever you want.
I don't care, but the bottom line, it shouldn't come on YouTube then. My perception of what I see. And look, I'm gonna be here for almost another 2 weeks. I do not want to go back. I'm looking at the
You gotta stop watching movies with Precious.
Precious
is in Black America.
Hold on. Dave, over here is so peaceful. Everybody gets along. Everybody's peaceful. The women are sweet. They always wave. Dave, everybody wave. You notice that? Dave, everybody in Liberia waves.
Yeah, mine's friendly.
They wave. Everybody like this. How you doing? They always say, "How you doing?" When they make sure.
Cappy, he said there's no good looking black women in America. Man.
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that now.
I would say that, man, but I'm just saying it's I don't know. Maybe the good women are hiding in the closet. The good women are hiding in the closet.
Got bad attitude.
Yeah, I was about to say that, Dave. I think that's what it's the attitude.
The attitude. That's what make them ugly.
Okay, the attitude. Okay, I
attitude make you ugly. That's it. You know what I mean?
Okay, that's all you have to say is the attitude. Okay.
So
stankitude. I call it stankitude. Stank attitude.
I don't even say hi to black women in the States no more. I don't even hold the door or nothing.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not looking forward to coming back, man. I'm not looking forward to it. I've been spoiled over here. I've been spoiled. I'm not looking forward to coming back to that shit. Not looking forward to it. But like I said, Virginia, we do got some black girls that are eye candy. I admit that, man. We got some hot black girls in Virginia, man. But the shit I be seeing online, I be like, oh my God, man.
They just don't want no college in it.
Imagine moving to fucking Madison, Wisconsin. Oh my God, St. Louis. Oh my God.
Oh man. Every time I think about St. Louis, I think about Sexy Red.
Oh my, that's what she's from. No wonder.
I think that's what she's from. I believe so.
Look at Tandria. She's coming at me. She goes, "Kyle, they got some high hopes that Donald Trump's supposed to do something. What the fuck are you going to do? What the hell?"
Tandria Williams is an Aboriginal. I seen her on another channel. She's an Aboriginal.
Oh yeah, she's Aboriginal. I would love to know how do you explain the black Aboriginals got the sickle cell trait like West Africans? How did that happen? Can they understand that? How did the black Aboriginals then you said me about the Indian pride, remember that? I saw that thing came on my For You.
Carla.
Dave, that thing came on. Dave, it came on my For You and I blocked them. I said block. It came. I was like block.
Yeah, Carla. Is Black America? We're losing our minds. We're going crazy.
Well, I said it's a ship. We're on a ship of fools. A ship of fools. Everyone's some sort of fool. It's like this is what happens, right? They always say, don't argue with a fool because people won't know who's a fool or not. What's happening is we've been engaging these fucking people in serious conversation, That's why you think I do not have any Aboriginal come up here or they know not to call my show. They know not to do it.
It's important to call them out though, because we have too many slow people in our community that fall for anything. Unfortunately.
Well, the bottom line is, but then they come in here and they hear me talk and they get angry. Because I'm telling you like it is. That FBA shit is bullshit. You're not an Aboriginal to America. You're not founded to America, and your ass Tendria is an African.
Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah, Jasmine Crockett. I think so. Yeah. The bottom line is this. Like I said, there's 3 types of black women. I'm not going to bash black women tonight, but there's 3 types of black women.
Hey, I'll say Jasmine Crockett looked better than some of the chicks in the Liberia street.
Oh yeah, Jasmine Crockett's a cutie.
Jasmine Crockett is good. She's a beautiful woman.
She's a little cutie, She doesn't have to. She's a sapphire. There's 3 types of black women, right? There's a mammy, there's a sapphire, and there's a Jezebel. Sapphire is a sassy black woman. Can't tell them nothing. Tyler Perry's good at. He always has a mammy, Medea. He has a sapphire, the strong black woman can't tell him nothing. And the Jezebel, The thing about the Jezebel is basically bait for white. You notice that all the Jezebels in Black America, they basically try to bait white men. It's an easy sex. They always put signals out there that they're easy and stuff like that, The Jezebels run around. We got so many Jezebels in Black America,
Sip, come on, man. I want to hear what you guys say, Sip, police. Says she averages
do you have electricity in the country? Do you know? I don't know. All I know is I like this thing the other day where there was like a building in Nigeria. At the bottom of the building, right, each floor had their own generator. It must have been 20 generators. I'm not trying to laugh at it like that, but goddamn, if I were to a country and I'm an investor, I see that shit, I'm getting right back on the plane and leaving. I'm like, goddamn, No, it had nothing to do with skin color. Right? I'm not a hater, man, but look, I'm telling you right now, you got to solve. Nigeria says it has all these educated people, right? They got what Nigeria has glorified ATM machines. They got an ATM. They ain't fucking real banking. Those are ATM machines, right? You put your money in, you can do whatever. They got an ATM system going on. Real banks. So what I'm saying is,
Colin, is that true? Colin, is that true? Nigerians brought banking to Liberia. They were just borrowing. They were just borrowing before Nigerians.
Hold on, check this out. Hold on. This is what it is. Liberia had the first bank in West Africa, right? And it was about to have its own bank until that 1980 coup, right? They had Chase Manhattan Bank in Liberia. Was West Africa's
and Citibank.
And Citibank was in Liberia, right? Liberia is about to form its own stock exchange, tethered to the New York Stock Exchange. Everything, all that thing collapsed when in 1980. The whole country died, So that's what it is. And Liberia built the first multi-million-dollar company in Nigeria, right? When the Biafra War happened, the Maserati Group company sold it off to Nigerian investors and created the first Nigerian millionaire. Like Liberia businessmen were in Nigeria, and it's an exception. You don't know that, So it is what it is. Not knocking Nigeria, not like that, but y'all gotta do something.
I was just saying that it just seemed like a ridiculous statement. That's what I'm saying.
It's like this. All right, which we call that now. Some of the banking services they have were not. Well, let's be honest with ourselves, right? There's no banks in West Africa. The Naira is not strong enough to loan money out. And the bottom line, the only group of black people that have the U.S. dollar is Black America, So the bottom line is this: what can they do with the Naira, or the U.S. Thing, What they do is, since Nigeria got good banking services, right? What they could do is, let's say the World Bank or a European bank wants to lend money to the Nigerian bank and they loan it out as a third party. The money doesn't originate from the Nigerian bank, you know. They just facilitate loans and stuff like that, like they do. You know how mortgages work. Collateral debt works, right? They basically do this. Now Liberia could be a place, right, where because they got property. Dave, let me ask you a question. Why is it that people in Liberia, right? Why do they fucking never? They always hold on to the property to dear life. You got people sitting there, property not doing nothing. They obviously don't got no money to fix it up or not, but they won't sell.
Yeah,
what's the mentality?
The sacred cow mentality. Sacred cow.
And you cannot build a modern financial and real estate system like that. At some point in time, the government got an eminent domain, take over some of these properties that are run down, and people not upkeep on them. I say give them like a year to fix the property up to a certain level, or we're going to take the property over.
Yeah, it's a sacred cow mentality. Call a sacred cow.
Hey, Colin, you see Oba's statement? He said you don't know what Nigeria is doing for Liberia.
Hold on. If the Nigerians have collateral debt in Liberia, who's underwriting that collateral debt? It's not Nigerian bankers. They don't underwrite loans, stuff like that. They facilitate it, and they get a commission and stuff like that. It's just like they're more like brokers, you know. Nigerian bankers are more like brokers, you know, and they do have services, banking services. But you know, let's be honest with ourselves, right? Without the African Development Bank, which gets its money from the EU and stuff like that, you know, there ain't no real banking system in Africa. Let's just be honest with ourselves. Africa has $700 billion in external debt. You know, and I broke it down the other night. You guys should have been on here the other night. I don't know where you guys were. You guys were sleeping on me. Let me break something down to you. Check this out, Dave. You know, and DK and all you people out there, you party people out there. Let me break something down to you. You know, let me see. I found this thing. All right, hold up. Gosh. I hate when I gotta take something I can't find it. I don't know. I can't find this thing I said. But you know, Black America's has its total pension funds. Dave, you know how much it is? Take a guess. Dave.
I say $1 trillion. $1 trillion.
No, pensions in Black America, total pension funds, people have retirement, pensions, 401ks, $11 trillion.
11?
$11 trillion.
I said 1. Damn.
No, it's 11. You know?
Damn. Wow.
It's $11 trillion. So I am so pissed. Trying to find this thing. I cannot stand my freaking iPhone, I swear to God. All right, let's see. Recent photos, recent days. Okay. I swear to God, I hate this goddamn phone. Take pictures and the fucking shit disappear. Shit. I can't stand this fucking phone. I'm gonna get rid of it, you know. There goes Michael Olawale, you know. But I can't freaking hold up. Maybe I can find it. Maybe I sent this to somebody WhatsApp. I took a screenshot of this, you know, and it was basically saying Black America's assets, right? And cash and stuff like that is $2.4 trillion. That's cash. That's cash in business. There's another $2.5 trillion in real estate, you know, equity, you know. But the biggest asset is pension funds, you know, how much Black America has in pension funds, you know, and stuff like that, retirement. $11 trillion in assets, you know. But that money, that is not organized, you know. It's like we're all over the place and everything like that. If that shit was concentrated and organized, if somebody campaigned to pull, you know, like people say, I want to invest in this and whatnot. And some people say, well, Carla, you want to tell the investor? Look, you want to keep that money the way it is, right? Because Black people have pension funds because they got a lot of safe investments, you know. Fortunately, right now, you know, the way Africa's been looking is not really that safe of investment. Now, enthusiastically, we're going to be like, you know, we're going to be like, okay, we want to see Africa develop, man. But I think it's going to have to be from other people. I don't think we could risk that, you know, as Black Americans. I don't think we have to. Other people, if they invest, let's say we found a way how to invest billions of dollars in a said country. What if they don't want to pay back? What can we do? Can you figure that out, Dave?
That's a bad idea.
Yeah, those are people always say, "Oh, we got to invest in Africa." Get the fuck out of here, you know. You know, so like I said, that right there, that's what I draw the line.
Investing pensions in Africa, that's a terrible idea. Horrible.
Yeah, you know, like I said, you know, the bottom line is you got people that got Black people got old money. You know, you got people been in the shipyard here, the retired auto workers, all stuff like that. You know,
and Colin, that's my problem with Ghana. Okay, they said the reparations things, but they said at the end, after that long speech, they said, "Oh, the AU should get reparations," and then on the other side, they're saying that, oh, we want these same people that didn't vote. Remember, when they cast the vote, America didn't vote. America voted no. Europe voted. I don't think they voted. Europe didn't vote.
Most of Europe is abstained.
Yeah, they want those same people to come and protect them. They signed in defense deals with all those European countries that didn't vote. So they're just playing both sides, man.
Yeah, I realize it's all politics and stuff like that, but all I know is, like I said, I don't believe this is my personal opinion, right? They did their part because they got us to the part where that we couldn't have done that.
They're just
right?
bullshitting. They're bullshitting.
But my whole thing. Hold on. My whole thing is, you know, my end game. My end game is not reparations. My end game is if I don't hear anything about, okay, we got 25,000 square miles. We want to help facilitate, create a new state for the home diaspora. They shouldn't have to be second-class citizens in our country. They should have a land of their own. They deserve a land of their own. The Jews can have a state, and the world could say, look at the Jewish situation, say they got a state. And what happened to the Holocaust was terrible. What came out of the thing was a state, the state of Israel, right? If you're not talking about that, and I haven't heard Ghana say that, right? And you got people like Louis, like, we're going to come. Look, I'm not a Ghanaian. You know, I'm not a fucking Ghanaian, you know? I'm like this, you know, the Jews, they didn't go to Palestine and say, oh, yeah, we're part of it. No, they created their own state, what they had their own government.
Mamadou character. I want Africa to get their shit together, not stop bullshitting. Like Ghana's just bullshitting. Like they're just bullshitting, man. Like they go on the world stage.
This guy's
they
stupid.
go on the world stage. This is so bad. And then the same. This is distraction, Colin. This is distraction, Colin. They do that on the same time they're signing a deal with the European Union to come and protect us. What the fuck are we talking about?
He said, "What do black state in Africa?" First of all, it would be automatically the richest state in the world in Africa. Because just based on what Black America has in America, it'd be like richer than the whole continent combined. That's the whole thing. So it's just a matter of transferring some of the wealth to the continent, to that new state. But Africans don't want that because I don't know what Africa's problem is. I really don't understand. Because getting to the point now where just basically, it's the future is going to be us cutting ties with the continent altogether. That's what's coming down the pipe. That's what's coming down the pipe. It's like people are like,
Hey, come on, Battle Rivers. I'll be waiting. I got my gun. I got a bullet in the head. I'll shoot you in the head. You come to my territory, you punk ass bitch.
I can't believe this. I don't know if that shit disappeared.
Yeah, but Colin, man, I was going in on you. You gotta ease up on the fucking Burkina Faso, man. Come on, man.
I'm not. What are you talking about? I'm praising the country. I'm praising the country.
You want them to fail, man. You want Burkina Faso and AES to fail.
It may sound like I do not want any African country to fail. I don't want any African country to fail. Believe that. I want no country in Africa to fail. I want more rich of all.
You got one country, one group. They did it. They united. 3 countries came together like Voltron. And then you're gonna hate them? Come on now.
I'm not hating on nobody,
You don't see them fucking criminals into their country like Liberia. Liberia wants to fucking was it a guy from Salvador? Trump wants to deport him to Liberia.
Well, if Liberia's stupid enough to do that, and what could I say? Like I said, I don't freaking control this country. I don't control whatever they do. It's obviously, like I said, it's a bread and butter issue. And they made the decision, whatever, to do that, and like I said, I have no qualms for about that, because I'm not in the what you call, I'm not in the what you call,
Cough 2 times if you're in distress, man, because it sounds like you're explaining, man. Like cough twice if you're in trouble, because it sounds like you're explaining.
No, what I'm saying, I don't freaking care, whatever these people do, I'm saying, I don't freaking I don't run the country here. So whatever decision they make, they're gonna have to live with, whatever decision they're gonna have to make, live with, I'm just pissed off the fact that I took some pictures and I'm fucking pissed that I can't find them. I can't find them. I don't understand how that works. All right, this is what I do. I know. I go here. Photos.
I think this is a bang Battle Rivers. Yeah, I think the bank called me a rainbow. Fuck you, bitch ass nigga.
Who?
This man on rainbow.
Ahmed. He said he think it's Ahmed.
Probably is.
I think he's bang. That's Fulani fucking piece of shit. You come my territory. We gonna see. You gonna find out the hard way, motherfucker. Got a bullet in your head. I'm sorry, Colin, but I want to get your channel flagged.
Chill out with that. I don't get it. But yeah, like I said, thing is, Black America got a lot of wealth. Like I said, you can't be here 400 years in a country. That's wealth. They knew this wealth. Memphis back in the days, they said how the civil rights movement was boycotting. Nashville and all these, they said the black spending power is at so many $1 million in Memphis. That was back in 1960. They're like, damn, black people was keeping a lot of these cities afloat without spending. So white people don't spend like black people do, So I see the whole thing is with black people, we made a mistake is we use all our strength to force ourselves on white people. We wanted to be next to them. Just treat us right and whatever like that, And so now black people are like, what the hell are we doing? We got to sit at their lunch counter giving them more money and whatnot. Now black people are like, what the fuck are we doing? We were fighting so we can go shop in their stores and give them our hard-earned fucking money,
Who is this man on Rivers dude? I know he probably not Bang. Bang wouldn't call Traore a fag. What's this dude talking about? Traore is a rainbow dude. What's this bitch ass nigga talking about?
What did you say about Traore?
He called him
Traore's a rainbow like you. Like Traore, what the fuck is this dude talking about?
Traore banned LGBTQ.
Yep.
That shit,
Mm-hmm. He from I believe he's from Sierra Leone though. Oh, she said that's Al. Okay. Which he's Fulani as well. That's what Mary Shaw said. He's Al. The guy that calls in on Dinah's channel.
Oh yeah, that clown.
The guy from the UK.
Yeah, that clown. Yeah. Al. Yeah, all these weirdos out there, man. I'll be like, what the hell find these people at,
This Al guy is a fucking Fulani pussy married to a white woman in UK. Bitch ass nigga.
He's married to a white woman?
If I ever see you. Well,
Mary, please. I'm not okay. Let me know. Okay.
You gonna have some tea crumpies, you punk ass nigga. Bitch made niggas. Fuck you.
I don't think it's Al. I don't think he said it's not him. So I don't know. Stop hating on the Fulani. Fulani are good people. We don't not hating on them.
I don't hate Fulani. I just hate the ones in Nigeria. I'm sorry. Those so-called Nigerians.
DK low IQ.
Oh, high IQ, brother.
Mama do, are you Mandinka?
I don't give a shit what Fula's doing. Sierra Leone, all these other countries. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, he is. Okay.
I don't got no problem with Mandinka, so chill.
But yeah, my whole thing is, like I said, about this whole thing with Ghana and black people need to get it out of their head. Ain't no fucking check coming, Ain't no check coming. Ghana's not getting no check. Y'all ain't getting no
Nope.
check.
Nobody's getting nothing.
So why black people go they went out reparations? That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever getting out reparations money. What reparations money? That motherfucker got the money already spent.
Exactly.
They don't say reparations means to repair. It ain't about getting a check. Some people just think they gotta get a check.
Just admit it was a bad look for Ghana of all countries. It should have been of all the African countries. It should have been South Africa or Namibia.
Yeah.
Or Ethiopia.
I would say that Ghana did it because Ghana, Muhammad is a president.
Because they need money, Kala. They need money.
It's like this.
Kala. Trump cut all the fucking.
Yeah, but what is the reparations? I told you, what you call it? The Ghana flew over here on its own expense.
Mike Olawale is a funny guy. He said,
Mike Olawale, he lives in a delusional world. Where black people, he don't forget that if you go down to the shipyards of America, you go down to the goddamn, hold up.
That was pretty good. That was a good one, Mike. That was funny.
Yeah, he doesn't understand the thing. Like I was watching this thing the other day where the yellow freight truckers were complaining that they're going to go out of business. They're going to lose their retirement. Remember that like a year ago? I'll watch it again the other day. The trucking industry, black men, the construction, black men, most of them. Do you know by 1855, 70% of all skilled labor was done by black men? And that's held true even with the influx of European immigrants. Black men have always built this country, There would be no Chicago, Detroit, Pittsburgh, Gary, Indiana, Cleveland, all that without black labor, So the bottom line is Mike Olawale says a bunch of stupid stuff. He repeats white supremacy talking points, Let me tell you something, Mike. I have this one brother of mine, this older guy, client of mine, right? He had his own body shop business, right? Body shop, right? He said he wants to get it because he didn't know. I said, dude, you don't have to give that up. He said, I thought when I turned 65, I had to give this up. I said, no, that's only if you were collecting SSI, you can't have income, right? I said, it's Social Security, yeah, you can do that. He said, I didn't know. But so he was going to sell his thing or give it away because he didn't have a son. I don't think he had a son to give it to, right? So anyway, he was telling me about the shipyard. He's been in the shipyard since, what he said, him and his wife. His wife is beautiful. They're both the same age, 65, but you could tell she was beautiful when she was younger. He said, man, we fell in love in third grade. We've been together since we were in third grade. And, the bottom line, they have one kid together, whatever. So anyway, basically, he was telling me about the shipyard, right? He says, man, I've been out of the shipyard for 35 years, right? Worked at the shipyard for 35 years, and I have my own business. And he told me, he says, the white boys will come down there, right? They will only work for a little while, buy a motorcycle, or save for vacation, or put down, and they're gone. He said, the black guys, he goes, we're the only ones that you would see that retired from the shipyard. 90% of people who retire from the shipyard are black men. Newport News shipbuilding. You wouldn't not have ships, battleships, all that stuff like that. Black men down there. Newport News shipbuilding. Generations of black men in Newport News, Hampton, whatnot, down there in the ship, But Michael Olawale, according to him, we don't exist. Civil service in America. We're the most bus drivers, post office, all that stuff that we dominate. And also the service sector, hotels, restaurants, stuff like that. All that makes me like this. We got our money, not through scamming 419s like Mike does and whatnot, Black America is the only people that made their money through labor, that you can't take away. Not no some fancy business deal or whatever like that, or stealing government funds or whatever like that, or siphon off oil revenue. We made our money through our labor. And that labor is paid off. We're the richest black people on the planet, wealthiest black people on the planet, many generations deep, So I don't know. So I don't know what these Africans. I don't know what that. So there's a reason why Ghana and all these other people are trying to come near Black Americans. That's what the African Union wants Black America because they know Black America holds a lot of money, like on pension funds. You know, even on sitting on pension fund loans, cities have their money. Do you know what the number one place cities invested their pension funds in back in the 70s? You know what it was? It was South Africa. It was South African rand was the number one place because the American dollar was too inflated after the Vietnam War. The safest money, the currency of reserve, was the South African rand. You know, the world put their currency reserves in South Africa, backed by the South African gold rand. So the bottom line is this. If we're sitting on pension for Black people back in the days, Maynard Jackson, all that, we pulled a lot of our Black cities, pulled a lot of their pension funds out of South Africa. It cost them billions of dollars. You know what that movement was called? The divestment movement. That term divestment comes from Black colleges pull their endowments, cities pull their pension funds, all major corporations pull their money out of South Africa. That was called divestment. We had a key role in bringing down apartheid in South Africa, you know, and that same power that we have in America that we had back then, we still got it now, you know, because we sit on these pension funds in cities like Chicago and you know, and Baltimore and stuff like that, you know. He said, Black Americans have no power outside of America. Okay, whatever, you know. So I don't know what you're talking about. Did I say, DK, did I say anything wrong?
No, you're speaking facts.
Are you talking about Mike? You talking about Mike's comment?
Yeah.
I think he's just going by things that you said in the past about Africa.
Well, I'm gonna deal with what I'm saying now, you know. What the fuck I'm saying now, you know? I'm not putting Africa down when I'm just telling you the reality. Reality is, you know, I don't really know, but you know, I had high hopes for Pan-Africanism and stuff like that. I just don't know anything.
But Kala, you know, Mike's tribal mate, the head of the, because Mike's a Yoruba. You remember the head of the Conservative Party in the United Kingdom is also a Yoruba woman. She said you should never pay reparations. She said that.
Kimmy. Wasn't it Kimmy?
Just to let you know, Kala.
Yeah.
What's her name?
Yeah,
I forget this.
Kimmy. I don't know her last name.
No. Yeah, she's like, we should never pay reparations.
Yeah, what you call it? Yeah, so
she's same as Mike's tribe. Just
yeah. She's married to a white man. You know,
but Badenoch. I don't know how to say her name.
She's married to a white man.
I'm not tribalistic. I'm just putting it out there. You know, people. See, I'm calling out my tribe as well. You know, I call out my tribe. You
know, like I said, I wish people a lot. You know, like I said, I wish everyone, you know, Africa, we're all Black. I wish we all come up together, but you know, I don't know. You know, like I said, all I know is you got a giant continent out there that people tell me they got all these natural resources, oil, and everything like that. So why
they don't have natural resources? They don't know what the fuck to do. I just keep saying that shit, man. They just invite people in. Look at Kenya.
Hold on, Mike. Let me say.
Kenya. Kenya's inviting freaking Israelis to come and colonize their country.
Oh yeah, they're giving a whole section of the country away to Israelis. They already got Somaliland. It's a no joke. Also, Mike, let me tell you something.
Right? That's what I said. We have to call this shit out. You can't just blame.
I know. Before you do that, let me say what Mike answer Mike. Right?
Doing this shit.
Hold on. Let me go, Mike. There is no look. Let me tell you something. There's some things that have been floating around the internet for a long time that I don't agree with. Right? know what I'm saying? I don't agree with it. There is no such thing as mass incarceration. That's a talking point. You know, fueled by the left because that sounds good. You can use that as a political gain, whatnot. If you got people believing that there's mass incarceration, they're more than likely to think. I'm like this. I think there's not enough incarceration.
Good point. Mm-hmm.
I really do believe, Mike, that we need to incarcerate more people because
Absolutely.
crime has. You saw what was the guy's name? I forgot his name. Who's the guy who robbed Gucci Man? What's his name?
You said that robbed him?
Yeah, come on. What's the name? You guys should know this stuff. What's the guy's name? Huh?
Is this recently?
Yeah, just wait. You guys know what to talk about.
I know who you talking about. I forgot, dude.
Yeah, Gucci Man got robbed out.
Pooh
Yeah.
Who that?
Girl, get off me. You're drunk. You're drunk. Girl, get the hell off me. Girl, if you don't get off me, yeah, all right, stop it. Anyway,
that's the real reason Colin don't want to come back to America.
check this out. Anyway, Michael Awale, Pooh Shiesty had money. You see him with a big stack of money up there, right to his head like that. Was he poor? Was he, or do you got dumb motherfuckers who just want to do dumb shit? It has nothing to do with no economics or anything like that. You know, I know a lot of people, Mike, because Mike's not from the streets. You don't know anything. You know, I know a lot of people, right? Yep, right here in where I live at, right? You stop, bro. I'm saying,
Colin, you need to enjoy yourself, man. Enjoy yourself.
Stop. Look. Check us out. Check us out. Check us out. If I used to see guys, stop. Bro. Used to see guys that their father worked in the shipyard, right? They could have went down there welding, continuing condition, but they want to go for theirs, right? And that's why you have a lot of black dudes that went to the crack. They went that, and I know a lot of friends of mine. They had good families. But they chose that life. It ain't because of no poverty or anything like that. I knew people with middle class background. I'm telling you right now, I grew up in this. A lot of my friends, middle class background, 2-parent homes, went into the streets.
A lot of people sell drugs because it's easy money, man. Like they say, drugs sell them.
Mike don't understand that. It had nothing to do with no damn economic hardship or some massive hardship. Shut the hell up with that. You know, it's temptation. You know, I was almost tempted. You know, I had a guy that basically went and started dissing Minister Farrakhan. I'm gonna say what you want about Minister Farrakhan, right? I had this guy on TikTok. I had to straighten this dude out. Obviously, he's young. You know, what the hell did Farrakhan do? I say, yo, young brother, man, let me tell you to you right now, with all due respect, right? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you my story. When I basically Well, I was basically a young man. What year was this? I was like 26 years old, 27. And I had went through some stuff, right? And I was poor. I saw kids around, guys my age around me, right? I was believing the 5%, reading doing the right thing. I come from a Christian home, do the right thing. I'm working 2 jobs, had to take the bus. Sometimes I missed the last bus at night. I would have to walk 5 miles to go home. Get home so I crash. Next day I get up one night. I slept the whole day. I got to go right straight to work. I hated my life. I went to court and whatnot. You know, I lost there. I had a little business. I lost that and everything like that. Nobody would give me a break, whatever like that. And it was at that point I decided that, you know something, I know my parents, I'm gonna hurt my parents, my grandparents are still alive. I know I'm gonna hurt my grandparents, one day they're gonna lose, but I'm going for mine. I'm gonna go out there and go run the streets. I'm sick of seeing these guys with all the girls, nice cars, and I got nothing, right? You know what I did, right? One day I just happened to pick up a Final Call newspaper, right? And I read the words of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, like he was speaking to me. He said, "Brother, don't give up. I know the temptation of the streets and stuff like that, but your life has purpose. Your life has meaning. And because of that, I'm here on this platform right now." You know? So when people talk about people like Minister Farrakhan, he had his part. He did his part because if it wasn't for Minister Farrakhan, College Jensen would not be here. I'll tell you that and I always give respect to where respect is due. Now I disagree with a lot of stuff Farrakhan says. Yeah, we all like that. But if it was not for the teachings of the Minister Farrakhan back then, I would have went in the streets. I'd probably be dead right now. Because that's how angry I was. But I channeled that anger into something positive. I created a Colonation. I created a study group when I started proving myself. And 3 or 4 years later, I was back on my feet. And I have never looked back since then. That's a bumps and roads but I've been on the rise since then. Never look back. People talk about Farrakhan and the teachings of Malcolm X, teachings of Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Now you got Tariq Nasheed dissing fucking Marcus Garvey. The hell Marcus Garvey ever do to you, Tariq? Call him a fat something, I was like, man, this is insane. We live in a ship of fucking fools, Now, Mike, I don't want to be the next Farrakhan, I'm saying that Farrakhan is Farrakhan. I'm me. I'm basically, my life was.
But Colin, there must have been some truth because Liberia didn't accept Marcus Garvey. So
no, hold on. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. You want to know? Do you want to know what happened? Want me to tell you what happened? Do you want to know the story? Liberia did accept Marcus Garvey. The problem was Garvey's movement, right? That Liberia was in the works something years before Garvey came there. Black people in America, if you read my novel, Journey to the Promised Land, this idea of settling in Africa, the Liberia, and the Congo, because you had a black man from Philadelphia named George Washington Williams. You ever heard of him? How many of you ever heard of him? He was an African-American explorer to the Congo, right? He wanted to create a new state for Black Americans in the Congo. He exposed the atrocities of King Leopold. And before he can get his thing done, he died, in Philadelphia. But the movie Tarzan Greystone that came out in 2017, he was played by Samuel L. Jackson, George Washington Williams. He was an African-American explorer. There were Black people who were trying to build bring our people home to build the continent, to modernize the continent, right? That was in the works long before Garvey got there. That wasn't really Garvey's plan. We came to America, he met with these people that were from Liberia and stuff like that, and said, this is what our plan is. We got acres of land in outside of Monrovia, and do this, when So he adopted it. Just like all the things the Garvey movement was, it was a whole bunch of small micro-organizations that came together under a banner called the UNIA. He didn't start all that. It was like they formed like Voltron. These were all different organizations that all came together under one thing to thing like that, So the bottom line is this. They say, okay, we got engineers, we got investors, we have people that were in banking, stocks, bankers, and everything like that. Say we're going to raise the capital to pay Liberia's debt. All that stuff like that was ready to go. The mayor of Monrovia was at his speech in Madison Square Garden in 1920. The mayor of Monrovia was there, and he was a UNIA members. All the governments of Liberia were UNIA members. What happened is this. The plan was on its way, right? W.E. Du Bois came over there, and on the behest of J. Edgar Hoover, Say this guy Garvey is the most dangerous Negro in America. And if he ever is successful in Liberia, we're going to lose control over black people forever. Because part of keeping black people in America in control is saying that they don't have an option. That's what it is, you know? When the college genesis tell you something, I'm breaking it down to you. They believe that to keep black people under control, you have to believe that this is their only reality in America. Liberia was now seen as a threat to American security. You're going to have millions of black people basically like this. Part of the thing with Garvey, what Jacob hated was Garvey was messing with a foreign state. And the idea of Negroes cavorting with a foreign state was beyond the pale. Whether it was Liberia, France, Russia, any sort of thing with a foreign state, even to this day, is dangerous for black people in America. So they sent W.E.B. Du Bois over there to tell C.B. King that Garvey was a danger. They spread all his propaganda, and they said to him, the British and the Americans, right, said to C.B. King, if you let Garvey land there, you could lose your sovereignty. So what happened was the government of Liberia refused Garvey's landing. They seized their ship and they kept the materials and everything like that. And then they had to arrive back. It was so humiliating. And then the government of Liberia took the deal with Firestone, right? Because they were negotiating with Firestone and gave Firestone the land that they were supposed to give Marcus Garvey. That was only because there was a pressure, there was a real threat of the British, invading Liberia had Garvey and his followers landed there. It was a real threat. They put that threat out there. So C.B. King said, no, you can't come here, whatever like that, That was then, that's what happened, And then Garvey's movements began to spiral downhill because that was the apex or the pinnacle of his movement, that Liberia movement. That was a real test if they could do something like that, And when that failed, it was finished, That's what it is. Go ahead, Elvis.
What's up, Colin? What's up, everybody?
What's up?
How you doing, man? How's Liberia treating you?
Oh, good, But I think I'm getting Liberia fatigue, man.
Really? Already, Colin?
Yeah,
you said you want to be there for a whole year or 6 months, and less than a month you got to fatigue.
Well, I'll tell you. Okay. All right. Something happened to me the other day. Something happened. I'm trying to get past it, right? But I'll say it. I went to my trip to Province Island. I've been to Province Island many times, this or that, So I went to Province Island. It wasn't even anything. It was just I have a dumbass driver, my wife's nephew, whatever, a fucking stupid motherfucker, right? We went down to Province Island. All the motherfucker had to do was just drop me off and keep going off Gabriel Tucker Bridge. He goes down to the goddamn police station, right? Goes down to the police station, right? And he says he parks his KK right there and says, okay, we got to walk up to the bridge, And I was under the impression that these two ladies had the key to get on Province Island. It wasn't open. Then when we got all the way up there, as I walked that friggin' long walk, right? They said, oh, the other side's open. I said, well, I asked them, so what did they come for? He said, oh, I don't know if they were escorting. I said, I don't need no goddamn escort, right? So I said, okay, they will come, whatever like that. So we go down to the Province Island. I go down, right? And this fool goes over to a bunch of guys sitting in lawn chairs, right? They're not met with the Minister of Tourism and whatnot. And he tells them, I'm like, how the fuck do they know I'm a fucking tourist? He goes down there and tells me I'm making some documentary or film, whatever like that. And they start demanding money. I was like, I'm not giving you motherfuckers shit, I've been here all this time. It's a public park. I can be like this. He's like, no, you got to give them money. I said, I'm not giving them shit. I didn't get a chance to do all my Province Island. I did the one part right there at the beginning. But they said, if you got to go down to the well, you got to give them. I said, I'm not giving them shit. I've been down here many times before. I should have bought my guy Ross, Dave. I should have bought Ross with me, So I went down there. I said, and then as I was going up, the two police ladies are like, "Oh yeah, we get $20." I said, "$20 for fucking what?" "Oh, we brought you." I said, "I didn't need you to come here. The gate was open. You didn't have a key. What'd you come here for?" And that's I went to my driver. I said, "Why'd you tell them that come out here? Did you tell them you're gonna get $20?" He goes, "Yeah." I was like, "Did I tell you that? Did I tell you to tell them $20? I didn't need them. What'd they come here for?" So I was just really pissed. So then, instead of me going to Ducor that day, I had to drive all the way around freaking Monrovia looking for an ATM to get $20 out for these two ladies. Isabella, you think it's
So
funny?
they extorted you, Carla. That's a messed up thing.
Yeah. And then what you call Nelson? I said, was coming after I gave the money. We give the money. Elson, I told him, I said, look, I said, yeah, it was a big misunderstanding.
Between you and the people, not between you and the people.
Anyway, what you call it? Anyway, the guy also
Did you have your GoPro out?
no, I didn't. I was using my camera because my GoPro, that thing, it doesn't really work unless you got Wi-Fi. And I didn't have Wi-Fi.
Oh, really? Got to be connected to the internet.
You got to be connected to the internet because it works on your phone.
Time to come home, Colin. It's time to come home. Go back to America.
But the thing about it, Carla, you're trying to do a lot of things. I think you underestimated the help that you got the first couple of times because you're connected with Roz and some other people that can facilitate some of your stuff. You're trying to do on your own, and it's always going to be difficult because once you start talking, no matter how much you think you know the country, they could tell you're a foreigner.
Well, my whole thing is this, Bella, can I do the show, please, girl? Lady, All right.
Did you report it to the embassy? Did you do that?
No, I mean, it's no big deal, man. Just the bottom line is I just know better now that, anytime somebody wants to help you, they want to get paid. I know. He don't know. He was a kid. He don't know any better. I know. Look, I said I had nothing against the boy. I got nothing against the boy. I forgave him. Yeah, hold on, Isabella. I'm just joking. I forgave him.
No, I just want you not to punish his repetitions.
And I didn't say nothing about him. I said he didn't know any better. Talk about those two police officers. They took advantage of him.
He's submissive. He has his spoon, but he still respects me.
I know that. I know he's a good kid. Isabella.
Carla getting that wife treatment right now. Let's give it a Carla.
No, I will talk because I don't like what he's doing.
Look, Isabella.
I won't bring somebody that will mock him because they will fall on me.
You ever watch that movie, Why Did I Get Married?
Yeah, because it's been like 2 or 3 days ago, and he was like, he talked about it, and I didn't pick him up, I didn't lay him down. That boy will come back his keke, know that he's going to do, he's looking for money. He will come and wash his clothes, clean his feet well.
I know. You guys, I know.
No, I was saying, I don't like what you do. I won't be friendly with.
Carla, you got to mute, bro.
How to be a Liberian. I won't like another Liberian to do him because he's my husband. I won't do that. I will always leave you with somebody that is honest.
Carla, mute the screen, man. This is getting too,
Yeah. All right. Now, Jonathan, what do you find?
I just seen that you had a show. I ain't been on it maybe a week. I don't even know what's happening. I just know you're getting fussed out right now. What's going on?
Jonathan, you know that feeling, Jonathan. You know that feeling when you do something wrong and your wife is chastising you. There's no escaping it, man.
This man is not here, okay?
I live with this kind of
What you think tonight?
I don't know.
Oh, you drunk? You
No,
drunk?
I'm not drunk because I'm just being realistic, okay?
I know.
Don't do
I know. I'm sorry.
That was 2000 when you went to Providence Islands.
Yeah.
It was which year?
2024.
2024. This is a new government. We take a new trend in Liberia. You don't go places, that's a tourism area.
Y'all talking
Because
politics,
most
y'all
people
talking
go there
family
and they
shit.
take video and take it to
She's telling Carla the truth.
Yes,
The new government gonna fleece you. They're more professional. They want to get more money from the tourist board.
Yes.
So it's true.
So nowadays you don't go there without paying money. So and you saw that bridge, Keke, and that boy is a Keke driver. Keke don't pass that bridge. They go to waterfront. And if I pass in that bridge, I have a Keke, I must give the police people money. Before I go on the bridge, that's everybody that over there, they are not volunteering what they are doing. They work for tourism. They take money before you go and do video. That was the reason. This is a new government. This government is very straightforward. In our open government, you're going free, coming back. So that I spend, that's nothing.
Y'all leave Carla alone.
It's the cost of doing business, Carla. Just consider donation to the Liberian government. It's only $30.
His head is hard. His hard-headed. I'm a Liberian, and I'm proud to be a Liberian. I won't link you with people that will dupe you. I won't link you with people that will suffer you.
Okay? I understand. Now, thank you. Now go to bed. Now go to bed.
So don't get problem with my life.
I know. I love you, Liberian people.
Happy wife, happy life, Carla. You know the deal.
I love my Liberian people. I can't get enough of them. I can't get enough of them. You know. Yeah. What would I do without them?
It's very simple in Nigeria now. You don't have money, you don't do tourism.
Yeah. Right.
You see now, Carla, the weird government were more flexible. They'll let you do stuff like that. This government that you support, they're gonna take every dime out of you just to see your progress.
And I want to tell you something doing. You know that we are government. My cousin came to invest. My auntie daughter, my auntie Brennan daughter, her first daughter came to invest. The money they charge was she back off.
Yeah, I was away, y'all Liberians, so man, that's
Investing
you
in
right.
You gotta put a stop to it, Carla. We're hearing all your business. That's not cool.
Call time if you're all right.
First of all, hold on now. We serious shit. If you can understand her,
everything they put
I know your damn thing.
Yep.
Jonathan, why you got that mystical hat on? You part of Freemason or something, Jonathan?
I saw a hat like that the other day for sale, right on the side of the road. But the thing is that now is a couple of years ago, when you see vendors on the street, they had their MTN out, and you can say, okay, how much it costs the MTN? Now, man, everybody wants cash, and the bottom line, there's a shortage of cash in this country, you know. So I wasn't able to buy stuff. I was gonna buy a hat like that. Look good too. This Fulani guy was selling them hats like that. You know, it's a cool hat. You know.
Let me see it. Let me look at it good. If you have any stars, okay, that's a traditional hat.
The guy wanted like $5 for one, and whatnot, but I didn't have any cash on me.
So. No, that's a cool hat, Jonathan. Did you get it from Africa or you got it from in the United States?
No, my wife gave it to me. Her father made it.
Yeah, that's a nice hat.
Yeah.
It's that.
Yeah, well, you was talking about that Pusheisty incident with Gucci Mane, Carla. At your age, you probably snitched too, right? If somebody try to kidnap you and extort you, for sure.
Hold up. The bottom line is this, right? This guy Pusheisty, I guess he tried to pull remember the Godfather tried to get out of a contract, whatever. But the guy's on there with all this money and stuff like that. My point I'm trying to make here is like Michael Awale said, a lot of dudes are I don't believe in the mass incarceration theory. I don't believe in it. You know, I do believe that people do it because they want to get live, whatever like that, you know. Rico, shut up, man. You get me in trouble.
We asked our message, but now when it goes on, we talk. African me as on message.
She saw that comment after Afro was submissive. So anyway, but my point I'm trying to make is there's no such thing as goddamn mass incarceration. You know what I'm saying? Mass incarceration. That's basically just people. You make that decision. You want to get out there. You want to do your thing. Whatever. I know a lot of people, right, at my age, whatever like that. They went down that road, man. I just like I said, when I was confronted with that, man, I was like this. Either I'm gonna be a broke nigga the rest of my life, or I'm gonna go for mine. Right? It was very easy. I knew a dude that could supply me with crack. Boom, and I was smarter than everybody that I knew. Right? I knew that if I did that, right, I knew what was dangerous was. I always thought I was smarter than the police, and I could get away with it. That's what made it so dangerous for me. Because if I knew that once I went down that road, there was no coming back. Thank you, baby. You know what I'm saying? So I knew there was no coming back. But it was the words of Minister Farrakhan, that kept me on the straight and narrow. It gave me something to live for, stuff like that. Because I was this close, like an inch close, to saying, something, I'm sick of this, man. What was the car back then? I forgot what car it was. What was our popular cars back then?
The Camaro? Is that a Camaro?
The 5.0.
No, we were getting into it. Oh, Lexuses, they're 90s. Lexuses and Infinities were getting big, and stuff like that. And oh yeah, Dodge Chargers, stuff like that. There was a lot of cars. I see all these guys my age with these nice cars and whatnot. They got the brand new Jordans on and shit like that, and they got the fly ass girl in the car and whatnot, They got their things together, and the girls, like he had the girls driving her boyfriend's car. I imagine that, man. I got a fine ass car. My girl's gonna take the whip out for a ride with her girls in the car, and I'm like, yeah, just be back. Let me over here. Y'all go out with your friends here. Here's some money or not. I wanted that life.
But at that time, did you do the calculation if it's really worth it spending 10 or 15 in jail?
Let me tell you something. I did not give a fuck. When you're in your 20s, your testosterone's raging, right? There's very few things that could stop you. When you don't think about it. I thought about it, yeah. Then I said, something, man? If I get 3 years out of this life, I had plenty of years. Okay, I'll do 10 years in jail. I'll come out in my 30s and 40s, straighten my life out. I was ready for that life,
Wow.
Teachings of the Minister Farrakhan, teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, was a reading of the Final Call, and listening to his videotapes as well that him and Minister Farrakhan speak. And then the crying was when I heard him at the Million Man March. I was like,
but
man.
Kyle, let me ask you the bigger question, right? Because this is a bigger issue, and we hear it with hip hop and hip hop artists and rappers. They always complain that the white man, they're fleecing the black artists. But this is not the first time we've seen it with black on black artists, right? So like this issue with Gucci Mane, Ushiesty thinks he's getting fleeced. Maybe he thinks he's in a 360-degree record deal.
Let me tell you something, Elvis. As somebody that used to hang around Teddy Riley's studio, I remember when Teddy Riley, we was up in the studio, we was all security, bodyguards and whatnot, and we used to all be training out there, fighting and whatnot in front of Teddy Riley's studio right there. And that was the time when Teddy was going through the thing. Remember Chauncey? He tried to go solo, whatever like that. That was that time period. Teddy Riley, Chauncey.
I mean, I know who Teddy Riley is. I didn't really follow his career so closely.
It was the early 90s. Teddy Riley from Blackstreet. He's from Harlem, but he moved to Virginia Beach.
Colin, none of these young dudes don't know who Chauncey is. They don't know the members of Blackstreet, man. They don't know.
So, I'm going way back. Way back.
I don't know the members of Blackstreet.
Anyway, Chauncey was like, Teddy's like, well, Chauncey ain't going nowhere. Chauncey tried to make some pop record with something. And Teddy Riley like, no, I'm gonna get royalties because you're under contract with me. Look, the bottom line is this, and I'm learning this myself because I got people contract under me. I'm not releasing nobody.
Yeah, you got to respect contract. Black people don't understand that. Same thing with Finesse Two Time. Once you sign a contract with this label, it could be your granddaddy, it could be your uncle's son. You have to respect that contract.
The bottom line is this: like Diddy, I watched how Diddy used people for years. Diddy.
It's not using you if you sign a contract, Colin. Once you're within the confines of that contract, anything that person is asking for is legal.
When you ask about blackness, that goes out the door when you
Right.
talk about contract and business, you know? It goes out the damn door, you know? And so, like I said, people like want to be like, you know, like that's where a lot of conscious people made their mistake. They thought they could bring Suge Knight, P. Diddy in there. They're going to have a fair thing. Rappers going to get paid more. We're going to control the industry. The white man knows that ain't how it works, you know?
Colin, when are you coming back to the U.S.?
He can't. The man's enjoying his life, even though his wife, you know. But I'm sure he's enjoying. He'd rather be there than here.
I'll be back in less than 2 weeks. You know, I'll be back in less than 2 weeks. You know?
I'm actually planning a trip finally after like 8 years to Liberia in August. So let's see how that goes.
Man, you know you ain't going back to no Liberia.
You know what happened recently, Colin? They finally reopened our consulate here in Minnesota. They opened it like a couple weeks ago. So now we don't have to go to DC to get visas, and so it's easy as
me personally,
10 minutes away.
Honestly, I get a VIP diplomatic visa when I come here. So
you should have showed it to those police officers that was trying to extort you. Tell them you're immune.
It's on my passport, you know. And I don't. No, it's not that. The fact of the matter is, these female. If I would have known that, right? Because I did not need this. If I would have known that, it was a principle thing, right? Because this ain't 20. It was $30, right? But the problem was they took my time because I had to drive them around in the KK. We crapped in that KK.
So how did they get, Carter? How did they get you in a KK to chauffeur them around to go look for a motherfucking ATM, bro? How did you agree to that shit?
No, what was happening, Carla, is that the government, they care about their public image. So once people told them that you were a tourist and a foreign national, they wanted to make sure you were protected. You're not going to be robbed. You're not going to be harmed.
Nobody trying to protect. Carl, you sound crazy, bro.
No. I'm trying to explain.
It was
Listen to what I'm saying.
That was a whole goddamn extortion. Now you said it right the first time, Elvis, when you said it was extortion. I don't know what you're saying now.
Listen to what I'm saying.
It was straight up extortion.
No, I hear you, right? But what I'm saying, like what you heard earlier, the government, you know, I'm not a supporter of this government, but give them credit. They're trying to streamline a lot of things in the country. And one of the places that they're working with is the tourist, department. And they're really trying to put an emphasis on protecting tourism and protecting tourists. So the fact that somebody divulged that Carla was a tourist and those people were around, they got the order that tourists should be protected. They should always.
That was my driver.
Yeah, and that was what they were doing. But even though they shouldn't have asked for money, but what they did was actually the right thing to make sure that the tourists would be protected and well looked after. But they shouldn't have asked for money.
Carla by holding him hostage while he riding around on bumpy dirt roads
they looked at it like they were guarding him. They didn't look at it like they were holding him hostage.
How are they guarding him while they bring him around?
No, because if they have their police uniform on, what we call the Gonan boys or the guys from the street, they're not going to mess with him when they see cops around him.
He said it was 2 chicks, Elvis.
No, but the women are cops. You're not going to beat up a woman because she's a woman. Once she has a uniform on, you got to respect her as a cop.
So Carla, the 2 women was police officers?
Yeah. They didn't have guns on them.
But let me say, you say what now?
They didn't have any guns on them.
Exactly, bro. But let me say this though. Out of all that stuff, Carla, I'm just a dude from the streets, and I would never, even if, let's say if me and you we was in Liberia, Carla, and we went to a bar, and you said, "Hey, there go my boy Hustle Smart. He makes a lot of money in America." I would look at you sideways, bro. You get what I'm saying? Like it ain't nobody business to promote your funds. Like that ain't nothing that you should have to tell anybody. That ain't nothing you should have to address or go over with. Nobody should. Now the tourist thing, fine. They know you're a tourist just by the way you talk. But offering your money, like somebody's offering your money out your pocket. Yeah, that's. Yeah, I draw the line at that any day. I'll put another example. That's just like me and you, we go to a bar and it's a chick there, and you like, hey, Hustle Smart gonna pay for that drink.
So I agree with you, right? But let me say this:
You
in
don't offer
Africa,
nobody else money. That, and believe me, that ain't no American thing. That's Africans don't even do that shit.
no,
They
let me
don't do
say
that
this.
shit.
Jonathan knows this, right? And perhaps you will probably know this. Maybe you didn't experience it. But even in Africa, maybe the government is trying to get away from it. But like if you try to file a case, if you go to the police station and try to file a case, you want to maybe get a police report. Sometimes they'll tell you they're out of paper. So you have to facilitate the money for them to get the paper. If they have to do anything that requires electricity or gas, you have to pay the money to facilitate them running after your case because they don't have the equipment, they don't have the resources for it. So sometimes if somebody is trying to do a job, it's a hustle. Everybody's trying to hustle, right? So even police officers, if they do a little piece of work for you, even though that's their civil duty, they still want you to give them a little something as a gratitude. That's Africa for you.
Man, that ain't no little gratitude. That's $20, bro. You get what I'm saying? That ain't no. That's goddamn daily. That's daily goddamn. A weekly fucking pay.
Wait, hold on. They wanted $20?
Yeah.
I mean, there's two people though, man. That's like 10 bucks a piece or 15 a piece.
One for one.
Nah, bro. Nah.
I mean, it's a new word, man. You can't be giving people $1 anymore, man. $10 that could make somebody who nice couple of days.
You know what she said? You know what she said? She said she was because they left the post. They weren't giving. I said I would never told them leave your job. I would never said that.
Well, you're a tourist, Kyle. By virtue of you being a tourist, they got to make sure you're good. They don't want nobody mugging your robbing.
That ain't that's not make sure they're good. That's just like how they do up there in Egypt. How those people do at the goddamn pyramids up there. They'll just follow you and act like I'm protecting you. If I didn't ask you to do it, then you don't do it. You don't follow me, then act like you protecting me without me asking you to do it, then want me to pay you. What type of stupid nigga shit is that?
You know what? Genesis, when we're like,
that's crazy, bro. Even thought process is crazy.
Oh, he went to a place that what he wrote to go there. He said he wanted to try the keke, and keke don't pass that side. If you want to pass that side,
okay,
yes, that's it. If you want to pass that side, I have to risk my job to take you across a bridge. That was the Topper Bridge, right?
Yeah.
The Topper Bridge where they had the.
If he didn't ask them to do it, then they shouldn't have did it. Nobody.
What really happened was the place that Carlo went. He shouldn't have gone there in that vehicle. Because it's restricted. That place is restricted. So they allowed him to go there because those police officers were with him. And they gave him permission to go up there.
Yeah, private cars, government official,
motorcycle. That's what happened.
Genesis don't ride motorbike.
So Carla, you wasn't extorted. They actually facilitate your entrance into that restricted area. That's why you have to pay them because they.
Yeah, that's why the people.
Yeah. Okay, I understand what happened.
I wouldn't even be upset if I was clear. The way it was like the way she said it. She was like, "Oh yeah, we got to." I was like, "I'm the first that after I couldn't get on Providence Island, right?" And next thing you know, I'm gonna say, "Well, I gotta leave because they're not letting me on." But then she said, "Well, you gotta give us our money." I said, "You want money too?"
Well, what happened? Your keke driver knew that. Your keke driver knew that she couldn't have been over there. He shouldn't have been over there. So he used the police officer to give him legitimacy, and thereby you have to pay them.
Yeah, that's extortion. That is extortion. Y'all trying to dress this shit up. Y'all trying to put.
But you have to know the law. See, police. There was a law that was passed in Monrovia that motorbikes, pen and kekes cannot go in certain areas in the city.
That's where he went.
Yeah, and that's where Carlo went in a keke, and he wasn't supposed to.
You leave the keke there and go on.
Yeah, you're supposed to stop and walk and not carry that vehicle. You're not supposed to have like a private car or a government official car to go across the bridge.
But that doesn't matter. Colin shouldn't have to pay for that. It should be the driver.
Colin don't know the law. That's what I'm saying. Colin didn't know. He just wanted to go where he wanted to go in a keke, and you can't go everywhere in Monrovia nowadays in a keke.
I get that. What I'm saying is the fee shouldn't have came from Colin. It should have came from the driver because you said the driver.
No, the driver works for Colin. The driver ain't got no money. Colin hired the driver, so he's the boss.
He
So
does the payment.
But it doesn't matter. But the driver still knew he wasn't supposed to go. So if he's the employee, why he didn't tell Collar, hey, you know what? This area is restricted.
That's not how it works.
Collar should have got a car or a regular car to go out there if he
Yeah,
knew
He
that.
has a regular car,
Hey,
but
I
he
should-
wanted to get
Collar,
experience.
Carl, I thought you said you had got a car, bro.
I don't have a car, but the KK is cheap.
He said he wanted a regular experience and he wanted to use the keke. That's why
I got kind of
wanted
addicted to the KK, you know.
Yeah, that's the-
Carlos was trying to be cheap and got caught out. That's what it
That's
was.
what we're- No, that's the problem. Even if you are going to take the car, he was still going to pay money because on the beach where he wanted to go, you don't just go there for free anymore. That's a historical place.
So
And
they
tourists,
they
the
tried-
tourists
they
go
tried-
there.
Man, it's amazing you getting all this information after the fact.
That's what Collar need to do is research, right? Collar, there's certain new laws in the city, and you have to understand what it is, especially for tourism. Like if you would have brought your group, Collar, you would have to pay for all those people to go to Providence 9 days.
It was better like it was cheaper than charging $20 he went and did a little video. I didn't do those video. I wanted to go to
I did one video, but I couldn't go down by the well.
This right here is Monday. This right here is Friday night, Saturday morning quarterback right here, bro. This is all information pertinent, and I hate that word. This is pertinent information after the fact.
But Collar's a smart guy. He should have ascertained that information before going down there.
It don't matter how. It don't matter. Bill Gates is smart, but he don't know about how to goddamn navigate around Lakewood goddamn projects. You could be.
Collar's on a Liberian tourism board, unless he's not engaged. Because if he was engaged, he would know that this is a new policy from the government.
I gotta pay when I go to the Duke for it.
Nobody except the
now they have people there as well.
Okay,
Hey, Jonathan, your sound is not coming through, bro.
I'm ready for the Duke pour.
Because reason being you pay because you had a camera and you are a tourist. That's why one of the main things nowadays. This is a new Liberia. This government is not like the play government before. You don't just go places and start doing random videos. And you see that boy, he's a kid. He don't know much about those things. And before Keke don't cross there. And when you people get there, who was passing? The vice president. They had to let him pass before he talked to the two police. They were risking their job to take you across. Keke don't pass over there. You are lucky. You go.
So the more the city is, Collar was wrong.
Yeah, he was wrong. And you use cash. The people give us you use cash violence. And secondly, this is tourism. This is original tourism. Super 2024 and 2023. That was Josh Weah government. This government is not for play.
Man, let me tell you something, Jonathan. Man, me and Colin, we had this conversation before he went over there about being too nice, just going thinking like everything is cool and everything is whatever, man. I was like, bro, don't, you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, it's different. And like in America, somebody would just tell you, hey, you're not permitted to be here, so you got to go back. But over there, they'll let you do it. And then at the end of the day, they like, pay me. They like, come on, like, give me cash. Give me dollars.
Collar should have done his research to know those things.
He came that day and he was like, Mark, I like, Carl, what's wrong? And I just listened to him and laughed. When you just go to,
you were laughing.
I didn't laugh. I was just listening because you were talking. You thought
it was funny.
And I'm like, Carl, you kidding me? I spent a lot of money. How much did you spend? I spent $30.
That's not a lot of money, man.
I gave the people money to go on in 2025 and 2024, 2023. I said 2023, 2025. Who was in power? He's like, it was Josh Weah. I said, God, this is tourism. You went to do tourism. All over there, everybody that works over there, they are from national tourism.
But this is funny. This is funny.
Carla, you got to talk to your boy Raj to try to give you a tourism whatever pass or something, so that way you can go there for free.
The question I asked him, I said, why you didn't discuss with Raj? Did you call Raj because he just?
Carla, why are you taking the licking on a public platform, brother?
Carla, we got to move away from it, Carla.
No, I
He just cannot
think
You good though, Carla. You good though, Carla.
It's like I'm
If
like
this was
clutching
me,
and
I would have heard
taking.
a loud slap and be like, "What was that?"
Jonathan, stop it.
no, I
I'm
think
like clutching.
I think both of them are that Jesus juice. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the sense I'm getting. I think they're a little charged up.
Yeah, both of them are that Jesus juice. It get close to Easter, and they on that Jesus juice over there.
Opening and like, did you get a permission? Did you pay the service? Did you call Rush? He like, I just look at him. And he walk out. I just like, laughing.
Carla White rather be booking here like Burrow, bro. It's 40.
He didn't play. He just got out one morning. I'm going to do video.
Hey, Carla, ask your wife what restaurant or bar did they go to tonight?
No, she went to.
Carla think he's like Burrow now. You don't need no approval. You don't need no planning in ahead. So you just jump in the
What
and
was
go
the name?
anywhere.
What was the name of it, Carla?
I was here and I didn't follow him because he's like.
Oh, you talking about where I went?
No, I'm saying when she came back, did she come back from like a bar or a club?
No,
Oh,
I
come
was
on.
home that day when he
I
left.
was about right tonight.
Come on, man.
Yeah,
Carla, we got, come on, Carla. It's too much information, man. Let's,
No, I just want to know the name of the bar.
No, I'm not talking about you. Just the whole
I'm
conversation.
just talking about names of the.
Oh, because no, I didn't go to bar because I don't let for car to like to say some things about Liberians that are not true. And the person he's talking about is my son, almost like a son to me. I gave the boy to carry him. That boy is a very submissive child. That's why when he
He's
was
a good boy. He's a good boy.
that's why when he was like the woman he was spend
His
like
wife,
money
African goddess.
Carla is saying is
and
the wife
stuff
is saying Carla was bad mouthing a good hearted kid, and she didn't like
yes,
that.
that's
So
the
why
problem.
she
That's why I
chastised him.
came in a conversation. He said it the other night and I didn't focus on him. Let me say something. Nobody is perfect. But when you want to be perfect, you will be perfect. That's very yes, that's it. I've been knowing him for I don't know how many years.
How's that possible?
Hey, Carla, what you sipping on, my brother?
I said on nothing.
He said bad things about a kid, and I just
Carla, you see, it's in our bones, Carla. We don't like it when you disparage our people, Carla. We gotta come and protect our people.
I'm saying that Saturday night you chilling, you know what I'm saying? Drake, like I'm just saying you like what I want to know like what name of the beers and stuff because you say you drunk her, but you just don't never say the name. You know, I'm one of them guys. I like to go to
Not today. That's it. Not that day.
Not that day. It was which day? It was day before yesterday.
No.
Y'all didn't drink today? Just natural, y'all?
No, I'm talking about today, Colin. I'm not when you went out there. I'm talking about today. What you had? What type of beer you drank today?
I had a club beer.
Oh, you are home today.
Club beer? That's what it's called?
Club beer.
That's
A
like
club beer. It's just a name of a beer, but it's a beer,
Oh, it's called club beer. Okay, all right.
yeah, the best beer that Bureau made.
The best beer.
Yes, in Africa, everybody.
Carla, even me as a Liberian, man, if I go back home this year, I have to have certain money for certain things. When you go out in the city, you have to have something to give people. It's just a culture.
Yes, it's just.
I don't mind. I wouldn't mind people money, but the bottom line here, you just don't have an ATM right now because I had to drive all the way around town to find an ATM.
Hey, Carla, how long did it take you to find that ATM?
Well, it took all my time. Then again, I'm glad I did take my time because now she's telling me if I went to Ducor, it would be the same thing. Then I wouldn't really be mad,
Everywhere, Carla, know this. Everywhere that's touristy, you have to pay now. The government is enforcing it. That's what you have to understand. You can't just go there like before and start taking pictures, telling people the history. You have to pay for those things.
I asked you that day, I said you have permission, did you register, did you have a paper? And you're like, oh, I'm going there. And the last time I was here, I didn't pay money, the people took care of it. That's the reason I didn't say much about it.
Hey, Carla, I thought you told me you were gonna take a bunch of 1s and 5s with you when you went.
Oh, yeah. The 1s and 5 disappeared real quick.
Oh shit. but they
Oh,
juicy.
man.
They milky. You get
Tyler, you
Colin, them,
generous to the motherfucker.
they taking all your infinity stones, bro. All your infinity stones is gold, bro. You gotta come back to them there and get your stones back.
Remember, guys, this is Carlos' government. He loved this government, but this government is putting Buta, foot to you know what. He don't have to pay that money.
Generous. I would have been in Liberia, got my Liberian passport. I would have been begging you too. Did you just giving away money like that? That's cool shit.
Make inquiry and call like, I'm going there. The last time we came, this is not
Why our big brother Carlos so quiet, man? What collar? The guy you tied up in the back there?
I ain't never heard Colin this quiet before.
When the wife's talking, Carla in the shell, man.
Colin usually like, hold on.
Elvis, I said, hold up, man. Don't be talking over me. Nah, you know that tonight.
I'm disappointed, brother.
Like Rico Miller said earlier, man. They said the African was missing.
I don't let people buy muffin like
African women are missing when you willing to smash the hell out of
I heard it, man.
That's probably
Why don't let people die muffin like that? I second that notion.
When you ready to give them that five-finger conversation, they good then.
Yeah. Claude drink. Just say then you drink club the other day.
Carla know if you talk too much, no cassava fish for him. All the sushi food you like, none of it for him. So he knows.
in the show. In the show, my nigga. We need to talk.
Nah, them infinity stones is gold, bro. He like at on that planet by himself. You know what I'm saying? Got his gear hung up in the with the vegetables and stuff. He just sitting there. Oh, they got his pot. So instead of the pot like Thanos did in the movie, Colin got his 53-inch TV. He just chilling. He just wait for the puff and the fish tomorrow.
Colin wants to eat the collar and the pepper sauce and all the street foods.
What you gonna cook tomorrow? What you gonna cook, Colin, tomorrow to eat?
Make him some food. Make him some food.
The cow will eat like brain food though. Like he eats much.
Carla, you in Africa. You can always have more than one, my nigga. You got more than one.
Colin knows he can't go to Wendy's and get a burger.
Don't tell me you're gonna be over there eat peanut butter jelly sandwich.
I like this burger, so
if the wife don't cook, Colin don't eat. So Colin know you have to behave himself.
I got eat the organic food. He won't eat any burger, fries, or stuff except myself visit.
Keep Colin in Liberia for 6 months. When you come back, you're being lean and in shape.
You know that for you.
That nigga goes back fat every single time.
Nah. Colin loses weight, man. Colin been losing weight. I'm sure when you go back, you gotta get on that skill. Make sure his wife knows how many weight you gained from the last year, and they're gonna try to get that. They're gonna try to get rid of that weight for him.
You're on the African diet.
But
I've been there.
Colin, where you at, man? We're trying to talk to you. Where you going, Colin?
Wahala.
Good night. See you guys.
All right.
Good night. Good night, sister. I could bring her on the show. I didn't mean like this.
I actually respect that. That's what married men do, man. The wife is the boss.
Don't listen to Elvis, bro.
You let her run the show, and I like that, Colin. Colin's wise, man. Colin learn. You learn the secret, man.
Nah, bro.
So, El, you can't say the same thing going with your wife?
Oh yeah, hell yeah. I mean,
Please.
Hey, Steve, the same thing goes on with my wife too,
bro.
That's why you never hear the background talk.
I wish my king and chick would. Well, you would see a fire department from all counties coming up over there, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's how hard they'll think I don't. They think I don't. The slap would be so loud they would think it's a tree cracking outside from electricity. Man, I don't play that shit, especially when I pay for everything. Now, this is one thing I will say about any relationship. I tell this all the time, but what I'm saying is, if you pay for everything, I just think it's an automatic certain respect should come with it if you're paying for everything. Now, if you ain't paying for everything and it's 50-50, then that's a different story. But when you're paying for everything, I just think it's a certain respect that
but that's what I'm saying. In African culture, it's different, right? Because as a man, like my father and me, and I'm the only son from my father, so it's different. I can't say my brothers and my cousins, but the man has a role, right? He's the protector, he's the provider, full stop. Now, in some households, you might have women who work, but the women work is equally as important. They're raising the kid, they're cooking. And cooking in Africa.
That's some old Democrat. That's some old Democrat.
Listen to what I'm saying, bro. It's not an argument.
Women raising kids ain't important than going out there and making money. Cause you got
it's
bitches,
equally as important, right?
You got broke bitches all around Africa, goddamn raising kids up in squalor.
Look, I'll use the idea, like women who are working, for example, single mothers. They're working, they got their job. The job is not the problem. One of the things they have a hard time with is childcare. So to leave somebody with your child, to put your child in daycare, sometimes it's very expensive. So as a father, you can't raise a child and work at the same time. You need your wife, of course, to do the raising, and the rearing of the kids at home. And of course, for your own health.
I agree with you. I'm just not gonna let you get away with saying that shit is equal. It ain't nowhere near.
It's equally as important in different ways. You know what I mean? Like working as a man is hard, yes. The physical labor.
I get what you're saying. I agree with everything you said, except for it's equal. It ain't no possible way equal. But let me tell you something. Let me say this though. My chick, if she goddamn, I tell her all the time, we can switch places. I'll goddamn see. I enjoy this air conditioner. I'll enjoy the goddamn having Netflix, Prime Video, Paramount, goddamn Hulu, Disney, Apple TV. You know what I'm saying? Goddamn fiber optics, internet. You get what I'm saying? All this shit, refrigerator for it. I'll trade places any day. You want to trade places? They also look at me like I'm crazy. Jump right in the bed and put the cover over her face. You get what I'm saying? It's not equal. You get what I'm saying? Especially in Africa, because it's harder to make money over there.
It's a balance. What I'm trying to say is a balance, because you can try to quantify and say one is more, has more weight, but it has to be a balance, right? Like, if you have a child, sometimes as a man, we have less patience. Even when I, babysit, sometimes I got a bit of a short fuse. So all of those things, when you take a step back and you say, well, if I was in this position, how would I behave? Because sometimes my wife is doing certain, I'm like, I want to go in there and start yelling and, and putting the law down. She's like, no, you don't do that. Even spanking the kids, it's not even permissible anymore. So my point here is there's certain patience and certain virtues that a woman has as a mother, and a wife, that you as a man, you just don't possess, or you possess it in a lower state.
Let me get Bantu on.
So I appreciate them for that.
Yeah, what's up? What's up, Carla? I just came up here.
No, Bantu. Now the word on the street is that you FBA are rising up because you think Ghana's is going to get you a check. So what's the deal here? Y'all got any? What's the deal here? What are y'all planning on doing?
What you been smoking, Carla? Ghana ain't getting shit. What the fuck you been smoking?
Yeah, but you guys are going around talking about Ghana. How dare Tariq is mad that Ghana laid a wreath. Yeah, all he did was went there and laid a wreath and gave a speech, and Tariq's all up in arms. Somebody laid a wreath at the slave memorial and whatnot. They're out there rioting and whatnot, FBA.
Man, ain't nobody rioting, man. Stop this.
That looked like a riot. That looked like
cap.
Look, everybody saw that thing. Did that look peaceful or did it look antagonistic to everybody on the platform? What do you think?
Stop the cap. What
didn't
y'all
see it.
think? Speak up.
I didn't see it. Play it again, Carla. I didn't see
Play it
it.
again, Carla.
People
Play it again.
people said it was barely any people there, so maybe it wasn't the right.
Yeah, it wasn't even that many
Hold
people
on, Carla.
there.
You
I'm
talking about the 5
They all
people that
got
was
the
at the
bullhorns.
UN?
Yeah.
Yeah, what you
Well, it
talking
wasn't
about?
number 5.
He's
Man,
talking about some riot.
it was like 4
Yeah, but
dudes,
hold on, but hold on.
three skinny
Hold on,
dudes and 2 fat
hold on.
chicks.
Check us out. But FBA is calling, they're taking a victory lap. They're taking a victory lap, saying we showed up, man. We showed up. We showed up. You know?
Yeah,
I
so
don't right now, man,
man.
everyone's ducking their heads, man. The only person standing on FBA right now is Bantu Mandinka. Everybody else is like,
well, y'all could duck y'all heads. Shit, coward ass motherfucker.
everybody's ducking their heads. Somebody, I ain't know no damn FBA. Whatever.
FBA all day.
FBA all day, you know. FBA all day.
Hey, Bantu, I'm not that against you like that. I know
I
that.
don't care. Listen,
I know that.
Collins
I know what the.
FBA, you FBA, Jonathan FBA.
Yeah.
No, hold on.
Y'all ain't gotta say
Hold
it.
on, check this out. Hold up.
Everybody already know.
Well, hold up. Check this
Based
out.
on the
Check this out.
definition, we FBA, but if
Yeah.
Teresa leader, fuck that nigga. Nope.
Hold on. Check this out. Hold on. Check this out. This is a problem I have, right? This guy said it breast on TikTok. He said, look, he says, he goes, I am FBA, right? But it's like Black Lives Matter, right? Remember Black Lives Matter came out? It was started by my one guy in Charleston, South Carolina. You ever see that video where the guy jumped up and pulled down the rebel flag in Charleston, South Carolina? That was one of my boys.
But BLM was funded by Soros, though.
Hold on. No. That he was. It was hijacked.
Yeah.
It was
Man, so you
hijacked by Soros.
still on that
But
bullshit,
Black
too?
Lives Matter was
Hey,
started
look,
by
Dave.
it was started by a bunch of dudes that were grassroots dudes that was in Charleston, that was in St. Louis and everything like that. And then what happened was these gay people hijacked it, and George Soros got it.
All right, Kyla, but still.
That Black Lives Matter shit was started by a whole bunch of black lesbian bitches.
No. Initially, it was
Nah,
not.
Jonathan, it wasn't. It wasn't started by them.
They organized it. It was an organic movement that they organized.
What that got to do with FBA?
It was a bunch of black men that started it.
FBA.
Yeah, it was in that St. Louis, not St. Louis, but what is it called? It starts with an F. When Michael Brown died.
Well, actually, it started with Trayvon Martin. It started with Trayvon Martin.
There's so many different factions within Black Lives.
It's just those ladies had the wherewithal to formalize it, and then make it an organization.
No, they did. They hijacked it the same way that Jamal, that pastor in Atlanta hijacked the Target boycott. And he became the face of it.
Yeah, but who you think is going to hijack FBA?
Hold on, I want to talk about that. Hold on, stop the music. I want to talk about that. See, I see this happen. You guys probably not old. Who's old enough to remember the Texaco boycott in 1996?
Nobody.
I remember.
I'm old enough.
Okay, Texaco, it was Denny's
like
boycott in 1994.
In that 13, you wasn't watching that shit.
Right? Hold up, black people, the same thing, right? They recruited Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton, National Rainbow, and then next thing you know, black people had this boycott. Texaco dumping stocks. We're about to get a huge bunch of franchise deals, everything. And then Jesse Jackson and them called the friggin' the boycott off, saying we reached an agreement. The same thing happened with Jamal Bryant,
Yep. And that's why I called Jesse Jackson a shit eater. The same way I called Jamal Big Ears, Dumbo Ears a shit eater. They both did it.
Jesse Jackson.
Well, when you say shit eater, what do you mean by that? What's the definition of shit eater?
Because what he did was he did the same thing that Martin Luther King did. He got the people all riled up, and then he shitted on them for his own personal back. You know who? If y'all ever remember the first movie Barbershop with the pastor, he came in there. He was doing that. He was running for Senate, and he was like vote for Leroy Brown and doing all of that, shucking and jiving. You know what I'm saying? If y'all remember that character, you know what? I think that's the dude that played Nate and set it off too. I think that's the same dude that played Nate. But anyway, but that preacher that gift of gab people that we have in the North that was doing this shit. You get what I'm saying? Because in the South, we knew what happened with the Texaco, but everybody in the South was like, why Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton just run off and then come and then go right to church? That's exactly what they did. He didn't do Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton did the same thing that Jamal Bryant did. Jamal Bryant went out there and told people, well, I called it a fast. I didn't call it a boycott. That's how evil. That's how evil we are. That is a guerrilla hustler,
Well,
bro.
let me ask you this, Carla, since you brought up Ghana. Do you know Ghana signed a security deal with the EU? Is that true?
Yeah, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that, Ben, too.
You know all about that, huh? They did that on the same day when they tried to claim some reparations, right?
That was a negotiation for like.
They did that on the same day, huh?
They wasn't trying to claim reparation, Ben.
Oh, it was a coincidence, you say, yeah.
Ben, come on, man. Stop being like that. You gotta. They didn't try to claim it. Their claim was that slavery was a crime against humanity. That's what it was. Not that they wanted reparation. And they wanted other members of the United Nations to agree that slavery was a crime against humanity, and the majority of them agree with that. So they accomplished their goal.
Fuck out of here.
The reason why the Black Lives Matter thing took off, because at that time it was the believe all women and all that shit, and all them simps out here was saying the same thing, and no matter what a woman say, believe it in that shit with the judge. That
was what is it called? Me Too, the Me Too movement.
Me Too movement. No, it was past that. The Me Too movement was just like harassment. This had came about believe all women. There was another movement, so it was two movements in one. So then you had these. It was woke, Me Too, and believe all women. And the funny part is, I always say it's black men fault. Cause it was black men sit up there talking about it. And let me tell you something. Let me tell you the funny thing about that. Even Puff Daddy was out there with that shit. Cause I can goddamn show you putting a shit on Revolt TV where you like, oh, we gotta respect the sisters. We gotta believe what they say. And then who drunk? Same thing with R. Kelly. Same thing with R. Kelly.
Hey,
you get what I'm saying?
Can you hear me, Hustle? Can you hear me?
R. Kelly, we knew what he did a long time ago, so he should.
Hey, that's when Polite and them came out with all that black woman shit up.
They came out with that black women is God. All that shit just all came at one time. And then look, let me tell you something. I ain't gonna say Polite. No way Polite is right. But what I'm saying is that. I'm just
saying that's when all that shit came out.
Right, but but what I'm telling you, I'm telling you the hypocrisy of it. The hypocrisy of it, and all these dudes and the other dude with the little midget troll looking dude talking about he saw aliens in his backyard. You talking about peace?
You talking about Pharaoh?
Yeah, even him, he was talking that shit. Talking about he wanted to kill Thomas Sotomayor. And guess who took him down? His motherfucking baby mama.
Hey, you know
Tyler, you gotta play that video, Dr. Umar encounter with an alien, man. That shit one of the funniest shit I ever seen. He said an alien
snapped. You watch what?
Yeah, I seen it. What you was talking about.
Yeah. So they sit up there and talk all this shit. See, that's the one thing that I know about women. Women will sit up there and play. They sit in the room because they like to pump you for information. That's one thing women are good at. They'll sit up there and be like, I want you to be soft. You know what I'm saying? I want you to be understanding. I want you to tell me your feelings. And then your lame ass sit up there and just go to spilling the beans. You get up there, go to crying, shaking like a stripper, talk about how you got beat up in the 3rd grade and shit. You don't told her all your secrets. As soon as she get the first chance, why she gonna, I'm talking about she gonna crucify you.
That shit crazy, bro.
She gonna crucify you.
Hey, listen, they don't even have to have no information. They'll just make up some shit, bro.
But that's the thing, though. But see, that's the thing.
Some information. Oh my god.
Hold on, Batu. This would make black men look so bad because one minute you was talking about believe all all women. Now you start talking about, no, she a liar. So which one is it? Is it believe all women or don't believe in what? That's what made Polite look so bad. He's like, well, I don't know what y'all say. All black women are my gods, and they need to be the same thing with that Yada Awaken and
all
little
them motherfuckers, man. They all went up. Nature Boy, all them stupid
Nature Boy, all of them. Nature Boy was straight up with that shit. And then it turned out to be he was sitting up there getting goddamn hunched on by goddamn white escort.
Yeah, fucking.
You know, the guys who say that women are their gods, are black women. Those are just mystery teachings. You know, they're part of these secret organizations like 5%er or the Masons.
Nah, they ain't 5%ers. They was a part of that goddamn what that dude, Dr. York. They all come from that Dr. York school.
That's what I'm saying. Those are mystery teachings. When you're in that stuff, they're talking about the feminine and, you know, coming together with the masculine energy. You know, and then those two energies will get you, you know, closer to the divine.
You know what the funny thing is? All these smart ass dudes that simp for women, all of them turn out to be goddamn child predators.
Yeah,
it's amazing. All this, that's why I tell y'all these simps and these dudes that tell you what you want to hear, they'll be the quickest ones to whoop your ass and prey on your kids. Be looking at your kids walking around in the background. You get what I'm saying? Like that's the one thing that I tell my my son's mom. I like, hey, look, my sister stayed in Maryland. And then I said, look, I'll pay. If you got to get a babysitter or whatever, I like don't have that stuff around like that, like unless it's serious. This is a serious relationship. Other than that, I'll pay for all the babysitter. I'll pay for it. You get what I'm saying? Like just don't be introducing different people to the kids like that, talking about you want to have a life, because the easiest thing for an attractive woman to do is to attract men. That's the easy part. Cause dudes are fuck a goat. You get what I'm saying? If the goat got on the right pair of leggings, you know, guys are hypersexual like that. Guys with fucking sofas, you know, the sofa got their pillows.
Yeah, let's talk
like
about
your Vice President JD Vance wrote in his book.
Where'd he go?
So what I'm saying is that I just watch how women talk, and I watch when they talk, they always talk about you men. But when black men talk, they say our women. But goddamn black women, they don't say our men. They say you men.
You know what I'm saying? Ice Cube in that little interview, or what was it, Fox Soul, talking about the platinum plan and whatnot. And what was it up there?
It was Ice Cube. It was 70 years old. Vivica A. Fox. It was goddamn Diamond from Players Club.
A. Fox talking like
and some fat bitch with a whole lot of weed. Shepherd. And did you see why when he was talking about the community, Steve, what they turned around and said to him?
What y'all think about this whole Chili from TLC and what's the other dude, Nick Cannon? You know, they got into some hot water.
Steve was talking, bro. Let Steve talk.
I didn't hear Steve. My bad, Steve. Go ahead, Steve.
No, you good. But yeah, he was like, she was like, what about black women, all this stuff? And it's like, are black women not a part of the black community? Like, what's going on? But, yeah.
He turned around and said yes. He said, I tell y'all what, if y'all want something just specific, he said, I'm doing something for the whole black community. But if y'all want to come, she was like, and then Vivica Fox up there looking like goddamn a Teletubby. You know what I'm saying? She's like, why we got to do anything? You carve out some, if you want black women support. That's how they think.
That should have been. This is what I observed. It looked like the whole premise of them attacking Ice Cube was, and Ice Cube was a punk, he caved to them, right? The whole idea was he was basically flirting with the idea of going to Trump. That was one thing they used against him, right? And secondly, they were like, wait a minute, you came up with this on your own. There should have been women. See, the thing is, now if Ice Cube would have came there with Oprah Winfrey or something, they wouldn't have said nothing, because for the longest time, right, anything in the black community has to have black women at the head of it, right? And they're very suspicious of this. Black men get power, right? They can't gatekeep, right? Because they're like, well, that goes our power in the community. That Ice Cube is going to put some young girl up there. Somebody that's how men do. Like Donald Trump, he picks his cabinet. Where do you have all these blonde bimbos all around him, you know? That's what I meant. Hold up. Kamala Harris would have got there, and they white women, black and white women know you would have some bigger women. You would have.
Oh my gosh.
Look, I'm dead serious.
Oh, it definitely would have been some fat chicks up in there, bro.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Elvis, unfortunately, right? Unfortunately, the bottom line is this.
Fat women are smart too, man.
Hold on, Elvis. Unfortunately,
Fat women don't deserve
Unfortunately, this is what has to happen, right? When black men get power, right? You have to go out of your way to include, be like, include all ranges of women, big ones, small ones, like that. They're gonna.
Politics is not about appearance; it's about intellect and ability to do a job.
Yeah. Tell that to black
Elvis, you have lost your mind. American politics is all about looks.
But black women don't want to hear that, Elvis. They don't want to hear that shit. You got a bunch
But once you get into bureaucracy, right? It's about the person's experience, right? Like take Letitia James for example, Tyler. She's she's not too big, but she's on the heavier side. But she's certainly well educated, well experienced to be.
Talking about Letitia James look like great cake, bro.
Okay, fine. That's your opinion.
No,
but I'm saying she's educationally and experience qualified.
Stacey Abrams.
So if let's say if there's a Democratic president, they want to make her AG of this country, would that be a bad thing? Would she be unqualified because she's not stunningly in shape and the most beautiful black woman you ever seen?
No, she will look bad and she wouldn't go through because
Elvis,
she started her campaign to go after somebody for political reasons. That would hurt her.
We hear you, Bentu. Go ahead. Bentu, we hear you.
Bentu, you're not muted, bro.
Oh, I can't hear Elvis. I can hear everybody else.
I can hear
you got to go out and come back in then.
We can hear
Elvis. We hear you good, man. What type of phone you using, man?
Using that Boost Mobile Chirp. Next to Chirp.
What you got, Bentu?
iPhone 16 Pro Max.
Oh man,
I believe that iPhones be acting like they fucking.
You got to refer.
No, I can hear everybody except Elvis. I can hear everybody.
I had a bunch of screenshots up here.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's impossible.
Come back.
It's not impossible. I can't hear that nigga.
I'm not saying nothing. Now I'm saying something.
It's impossible streamline that you can hear everybody except for one person. Because if you can't hear one person, you couldn't hear nobody. So it's impossible. It's just.
I can't hear Elvis and Steve when he talk. I can hear him. Like after a few seconds after you talk, but
that's Steve. That is Steve thing. Steve thing don't come on to.
But I can't hear shit when Elvis talk. But I can hear that. And I can see that his mic is.
All right, go back out and come back in.
I can't hear you, Elvis. I can't hear you, bro.
Yeah, you need to leave that shit alone, Benton. Yeah, you need to go out. You need to go out and come back. You need to go out and come back. LBA style.
I'm on a different frequency, Benton. So maybe that changed tonight. They got you disconnected from that frequency.
Hey, Steve, what was that shit called with goddamn Pharaoh? Damn, it was some type of spiritual shit he was calling it. He was with that Anunnaki shit too.
Oh yeah, the Anunnaki. Yeah.
I don't know. Is that a thing about people? It was one thing with black people to get superpowers on.
Yeah, it's the idea that it was aliens that created a black race, and Yaakov with the big brain in Egypt.
Black people want to be so special, bad, bro. You get what I'm saying? Like they just want to be superheroes, man. Like we got.
What's up, Super Dave?
I just don't understand that. I just don't understand.
Benton, calm down, bro. Drink some water. It'll clear that shit out of your system faster. What's wrong with you, man?
They said that black people supposed to get superpowers and all those. I said, what is this, man?
Yeah, that the Anunnaki put special code in the black man's gene.
Talk about that dude was that dude had like 500,000.
Yeah, they be getting too spooky.
So basically, what y'all saying is black people globally adopt.
They be getting
black
too
Americans.
Spooky,
we want to feel special. We believe stupid shit, and Africans think if you shoot this bullet, it cannot enter my body. I dead, motherfucker.
No, I mean it's coincidental that we're having this conversation. But even me, I read up some
Yeah,
things,
at this
and
point, I'm about to claim to be something else. I might be already. Shit.
I was
Hey, you
reading
better put
a
on that
book.
James Brown song when you need some inspiration.
Yeah, I was reading a book, right? You know, it's a Freemason book, and this white guy from England, which clearly a racist, he has certain but he said that the pyramids. He admitted this is a kind of a secret book that
Yeah, I can see y'all
the
was talking,
Nilotic
but I can't
Negro, as
hear
he called him in
shit,
his
man.
book, where the solar priests, in terms of eschatology, they were the one that actually built the pyramids, and he gave credit to black people for doing that. And this is a white racist Freemason guy, So I mean, I'm sure in antiquities, black people they play a part in certain great things on the continent, but
What happened to all our power, brothers?
Yeah,
no, it's
I
not what I'm
can't hear
saying.
nothing
It's
you
not about
saying,
the
Elvis,
powers.
but
It's
I know
that
you lying, whatever the fuck.
they understood what they called natural law, and then in terms of divine law, the universal law, they understood those different aspects, and they brought those different forces together to reach divinity. So they understood those things deeper than the other races, and they spread it out throughout the world through the
Man,
mystery
but when the other
teachings.
races came with their spirituality, they folded.
Yeah, I
No, the
guess
thing
that's
about it is that they lost it because there was an exodus out of Egypt. When Egypt fell, all of these mysteries kind of went underground. They went to different parts of the world, so they're no
And
longer in
you
Africa.
know the craziest
When
thing
St.
about those
Pauline used to say that 85% of black people were useless, I used to get mad.
85%, man. People was on
But
Hey, that's
it all making
the
it all making sense now, man.
at this
85% of
point,
black people.
we might
that's
have
the
to
Yeah.
apply the
teachings. That's the
85%
teachings
to
of the
get to
nations of God's and
15%
the
rocking and
earth.
rolling.
The 85.
Only
Good God
15%
damn.
are level headed and can make something happen.
But
85% are spinning on a hamster wheel.
we upgrade the information. It's 99% now. Hustle.
Man, hey, you know what? I'll go for that too, man. Because like only a dumb black person would sit up there and think that voting for a chick and a chick that just was a part of administration that just let 11 million Latinos correction 18 million Latinos in. Let me explain something to y'all, man. And maybe y'all just, I'm telling y'all, I look at us like a business. I just look at people like a business sometimes, especially in large number. If they bring 19 million feral Latinos over here ready to fuck in goddamn not in 1 year, you know what I'm saying? That's almost 40 million.
Hey, yeah, that's crazy.
Almost 40 million, almost our number. Hold on,
you gotta think about it.
Hold on, we talking about the people that's already here. We talking about just the 18 because
I mean that's what I'm saying. As a smart person, you should think that should baffle your mind that 18 million
Hey, do
people could
y'all
enter a
think
country
that
in
Artemis,
such a
y'all
short
think we
amount of
going to
time.
the moon for real?
Just think about that.
You can't think about it because the only way you would think about it to make it like it wasn't true, like it's not that's impossible. When that goddamn border was wide open, they was out there doing it. See, this is the good thing because I've been down there before. They got all these cameras and all these facial recognition where they count them. They count out. I
It's
never forget when I
impossible.
went
That's almost the population of the state of Texas, right? The Texas got 21 million people, but 18 million people is a lot of people, man. It's like a whole entire state of people, a big ass state like Texas.
Yeah, and
So just think about that.
almost 30 to 50,000 were coming across the border, and some of them giving themselves up and coming across every day.
Every
So you
day.
just do the math on it. If you do the math of it, ain't hard. There was 20 to 30,000 people every day. Do the math. That's 210,000 people a week.
You talking about from the California border to the Texas
From
border?
California border, from the Texas border, and coming through
and Hustle.
So where do you think these 18 million people are concentrated?
Well, at the
It
end of the
doesn't.
day,
See, this is a good thing. This is the good thing about
if
Latinos.
there's 50,000 crossing the border every day,
Hustle,
there's no way it's
Hustle,
18 million. That's way more than that.
Right.
But
That's
that's
what
what
I'm
I'm
saying.
saying.
From the, I was
So
So
saying
that
that's
number
so
for
that's
me, I
why
mean,
Trump always say more. I put it at about
hold
I
up,
put it at about 16 to 18. But think
but
about it like this. This is the good thing about Latinos. This is the one thing Latino have up on us that we don't do. Latinos go to Montana. The Latinos go to North Dakota. The Latinos go to these states that goddamn Iowa, Kansas. They go up there because they have a network. And then the white liberals down there help them out too. Why they trying to spread them out? They're spreading them out. But with black people, they try to keep all us in the same little area. That's why all the black people all in the same, like it's 8 states. It's 8 cities where all the black people at. 45 million of us. I can name, every one of us can name these 8 cities. Where
LA, New York,
where
New
Houston,
90%.
York,
Chicago,
LA, Detroit,
Miami,
Atlanta, Houston.
Atlanta.
It's pretty
Yeah,
easy.
Now,
it's easy.
y'all know those now. Now, let me tell you where the goddamn Latinos at. They in Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii,
Yeah,
Idaho,
they're
Illinois,
everywhere.
Indiana, Iowa,
Yeah,
Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi,
yeah,
Missouri,
they
Montana,
everywhere,
Nebraska,
bro.
Nevada,
They
New
everywhere.
Hampshire, New
They
Jersey, New
everywhere,
Mexico,
bro.
New York, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode
Yeah.
Island, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee,
Anywhere you
Texas,
pull up,
Utah,
man, you gonna
Vermont,
see them.
Virginia, Washington, West
They,
Virginia, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. That's where that's how they winning. Y'all,
yeah.
but I swear, it's almost, I can understand it because everybody don't have that hustle mentality where I look at it. It's almost like I see it like the Matrix. That's how they spreading them out. And then on top of that, they're quiet. They're not out here barking. They out here, they're forming they little, when they go to their little parties, when they go to, they have their little events, they have a little thing. They don't sit around and do no rally. That's the difference between Latinos and us. We always want to rally because we always want to be emotional. We always want to stir at the pot. Latinos don't stir at the pot. They'll go out there. Listen, this place I went to right here in Forest Park today. They sent out, there was a guy there handing out flyers and just, hey, take this flyer, sign up to this, register. That's it. No conversation, nobody standing around, nobody without no signs, but everybody's taking the goddamn paper. And I saw people, I'm just sitting in my truck. I see all of them going to their cars registering. They ain't out there making noise. They over here silently getting their numbers up because it was already 70 million of them. They already outnumber us. And what black people will vote for their demise because it was so easy. They was tricking people with that black and brown coalition. Of course, the 15% didn't go for that shit, Bantu. The 15% didn't go for that black and brown coalition, but 85% did.
Bullshit, man.
85% kept repeating that.
We grew up, we knew it was bullshit. We watched, motherfuckers die behind that shit. We know with no coalition, man.
Even when that white chick got killed by ICE, 15% of black people didn't give a fuck by the white bitch getting her face blowed up. But 85% of black people did because they're part of the Democratic plantation. Wanted to make black people feel sorry for that, sorry for 2 white people get shot by the police. I know at least 20 people that don't got shot by the police. He saw no marches, no nothing about it. It damn sure not getting into it with the police, trying to fight back with the police. That ain't how it went down. Black people don't even get killed by the police fighting back.
Shit, you watch that shit turn into Mexico. Ask anybody from Southern California.
I mean, Jonathan up there, he the prime example. You can look at that. Go ahead,
Jonathan
Papa.
from Northern California, it's still a lot black, but
yeah. But what I'm saying is, listen, this is the thing, Bantu. I understand Elvis' position because he don't see it the way we see it. I see it as strength as
nothing he was saying, so
I see it as strength as in numbers, and our numbers are going down, and we sit up here caping and marching and complaining for the people that don't give up. The Latinos ain't gonna hire you to do nothing.
Latinos have the benefit of proximity, right? If Africa, if the border of Nigeria was on the border with Texas,
oh, that's Elvis. I can't hear.
You know what I mean? we'll have a lot more Nigerians and black, immigrants
I
in
know
this
they
country.
said it's
So
impossible, but
No, it
they
wouldn't
just
happen.
shit.
It wouldn't
Yeah.
happen because one, the United States don't accept that. They're not gonna accept that. I keep trying to explain that to y'all.
So what you're saying that that's what the white people want then, right? They want the Latinos to come in.
I'm telling you, the Republicans and Democrats do not want a black utopia over here. They can work with the
hell
Latinos better.
no. Why you think FBA is so fucking
Joe
high? Nigga,
Joe Biden told the black caucus that to their face. Like y'all, that's one thing that I agree with Dynas on when he always play that. Goddamn, Joe Biden told goddamn the black caucus to their face. The Latinos is up next. He said
and
it in
he's
his
right.
exact words. He said the
He's right.
Latinos is up
Well,
next. He
yeah,
said that
was
y'all
a
better.
plan.
Look, he didn't say that y'all need to work with the Latino.
Yeah.
He said y'all better get
That
with the
was their
Latinos.
plan, Hustle. That
He
was
said
their
because in the
plan.
next 10 years, they're gonna outnumber. See, he tried to put it smart and say they're gonna outnumber everybody. No, what he was telling y'all that look, they already outnumber black people.
But that's a fact, right? We can agree with
Latino,
that.
hold on, Elvis, just the last part. See, the one thing that we know and that these black leaders know that you can't go in a Latino area and do all that huffing and puffing and that shucking and jiving shit. That only shit work for black people. Coming up there talking about God and Jesus and all that, you can't do that in a Latino. They don't worship the way we worship. They don't pray the way we pray. They ain't up there doing all that stupid shit.
Well, when you say Latinos, right, they're not a monolithic group. You have Cuban Latinos.
They are monolithic when they come to their strategy.
Hold on one second, right? So, if you look at the Floridian, the Florida Latino, compare that to the California Latino, they tend to vote differently. Their ideology tends to be different.
That's
Florida
different
Latino,
because they have a lot of Cuban influence down there.
Right, that's what I'm saying, right?
But that's different. They're not the same because they don't get an influx of Cubans over here.
Speaking of Cuba,
that's what I'm saying. So Florida, politics in terms of Latinos are different.
Florida is just like a country by itself. You get what I'm saying?
Hey.
Because there's no the only immigration they get is from Cuba. That's it.
Smart.
There's a lot of Venezuelans too in Florida.
They have to migrate down there, but if they migrate, they're gonna have to get with the Cubans, and the Cubans are definitely goddamn conservative down there.
More conservative. That's the point that I'm making, right?
You go to Florida, but that's what. But that ain't
so that
nowhere
shows
else.
they're not monolithic. When you use the term Latino, it's a broad term that encompasses all people from Latin America.
Listen, for smart people, we don't have to say everybody. You get what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it's over 70 million of them, and this goddamn. These are facts. 70-something million of them noted, and about 12 to 18 million in hiding. So if you just go with those numbers, that is 95 million. So if you take a million or two, I don't even think it's. I think it's about 1 million or 2 million Cubans here. If you take those away, you still got 93.
Cuba to release over 2,000
They still over. If you take away those Cuban conservatives in Florida, they still double our numbers. What the fuck would you sit up there and think that that's cool to let the motherfucker keep marching over here? That's black people. Black people shock me with that. That's how I know we was really.
Well, you saying let them, right? Like you just said earlier. It's the white people that's doing the letting them in, right? It's not the black people that's letting them in, anyways.
Yeah, but the thing is,
it's who you root for, though. You don't root for your demise.
Right.
And then they try to paint you to make you go along with something to be like, okay, now you need to have a heart for these people. How the hell I'm gonna have a heart for people that they outnumber? Shit, they should be giving all the hearts.
Hustle. Elvis is like a Latino immigrant.
I told you that's what I'm telling you.
Okay, Bantu, listen to what I'm saying. You guys are missing. You're missing the logic, and you're getting in touch with the emotional. Right. My point here is that Latinos have proximity to this country. So it's easier for them to come here either legally or illegally, right?
So now, why they ain't coming through now?
On the Texas border, you had, like somebody was saying, when you had the Texas government out there putting black people in, in nooses almost, and whipping the Haitians who was trying to come across. and maybe treating and letting the Latinos come in and putting them on buses and shipping them to New York and other places. Why do you think the Republican white government in Texas were allowing all of those Latinos to come in if they truly didn't want them to come in the country?
Well, actually, to tell you the truth, Elvis, they were immediately shipping them right to the northern sanctuary cities because they were not going to let them.
Hey, Colin, you sound far away, my brother.
There was for political reason, but they were letting them in more so to show.
I don't think they'll let them. Hold up.
No.
You have people,
So you're saying that the people on the border wasn't doing their job, Kyla?
No, see this what hey Colin, this is what I tell you that Elvis be distinguished at you these stupid questions. The simple reason is the numbers. Do you know how many Haitians came across, and do you know how many Latinos came? Do you know how many Haitians came that time when that was on? It was only maybe two, maybe like they said it was about 1,800 of them out there. There were about 1,800 Haitians. But when the Latinos come in, they come in 50,000 strong. It's not enough border control for 50,000 strong every day.
In both Florida and Texas,
out the Latinos. They wasn't helping out the Haitians.
The government there. 1 second, Kyla. If you're saying that these people were illegal, right? This is your term. If the government facilitated them coming into the country, putting them on buses and transporting them across the country, then that government is helping to facilitate illegality.
What you're saying don't make no sense because that wasn't happening the whole entire time.
Hold on, let me get in here. Let me get in a second, right? This is what happens always, right? There was a caravan being formed all the way down from Guatemala to Mexico. People
exactly
like that, and they were on their way to America. Right? Now, hold up. Now here's the problem, Elvis. Here's the problem, right? There's not a consensus among enough people in America, black, white, whatever like that, to say that this is an invasion which is an invasion of sovereignty. You know, a group of people coming across a border. Without your border, your country does not exist. You know, it's a sovereignty. Now, what's happening is this: the people know, right, for the most part, right, that up until Donald Trump came in, whatever, like I don't know what he's doing down there, but they know for a fact of the matter is that if long as they get to the border, they'll get across.
Yep.
Why? Because hold on. Let me say this, right? Because even though they catch, right, they had a thing called catch and release. You know, you get across the border, you seek asylum, whatever like that. So there's no incentive, nothing, you know. The other group of people, right, there's not going to be any sort of thing. Like, let me give you an example. What do you think will happen to you if you was in, let's say, Ukraine and you crossed illegal into Poland? What would they do to you? What if you were in South Korea and you crossed over inside? I want to migrate to North Korea. What would happen?
It's different because they don't have a catch and release law. That's a law, Colin.
What I'm saying is this, though. Every country in the world deals with friggin' immigration very strictly. If you go to Guatemala,
but the United States don't.
Hold up. The only reason why the United States don't is black people have been propping up a Democratic Party.
Not true. George Bush passed the catch and release bill.
Well, hold on. We know that, right? I know.
Okay, then. So it's not black people. It's not Democrats. It's Republicans that did it.
The Democrats used to be the party of borders because they illegal aliens threatening. Bill Clinton basically deported a lot of people, right?
What's stopping Trump right now from changing that law, Colin?
Hold on. But now the Democrats have said, you know something? These people, because of the voting laws and stuff like that, sanctuary cities, these people could be our new voting base. And so they're looking to replace black
people. They didn't make the law. In order for you to say that that's their thinking, they would have had to facilitate making that law so that it benefits them.
Anything. All they got to do is get the numbers and put out the propaganda.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah,
the law was passed by a Republican president from Texas. That when these people come to the border, this is a law. This is not something that you have the ability to agree with or not to agree. You must comply with it. It's a law. When they come to the border and they seek asylum, you must catch them, process them, and release them. It's not a Democratic policy or law. It's a Republican law.
But
in your home country. You know, that's it. You know, you can't come across the border.
That's what I'm saying. It's not the Democrats' fault. It's not the black people fault. It's the Republican
It is
President
the
Bush.
Democrat fault because that's when it went. It's just the same way with the drug game. It been drugs in America, but at some point it was pushed to times 10. It was pushed to its height. And when George Bush put that law in, it wasn't at its height. We wouldn't have 50,000 people coming to the border. See, this is Colin. You said something that was so important, but you glossed over it. You know what I'm saying? Because you say so many smart things, right? You said that people was setting up spots. They were setting up organizations all through on the way. They didn't have none of that shit for the Haitians. The Haitians were just jumping over goddamn
There's a whole conspiracy of people giving these people aid, water.
They were giving them all type of aid, giving them numbers to lawyers, getting them in contact with people. And on top of that, Elvis, all the Latinos that's what I'm telling you, they work in silence. They had people that was going to sponsor them, some people that they could hide out at and go stay there, make like that. And family Haitian, they didn't have nobody to call. They didn't have nobody to call. They just
So I'm guessing you disagree with the catch and release law, right? You think that's a bad law, right?
Yeah.
I think that is stupid.
Right, so then Trump should repeal that law and replace it with something tougher.
He don't have to repeal it. He can just do what he's doing now and shut down
which is illegal.
Nobody came through.
I would say like this: if you're here illegally, right, and basically like this, you get caught, right? You should go to a detention center, right? You should have the chance to self-deport, right? I think you should. I don't believe in just throwing them out immediately, but you should be removed from society into like a holding area or third area, like a
like a refugee camp, Kyle. I get like a little city for them.
Yeah, city for them, and we got plenty of room for it, you know.
So classify illegal, Kyla. What do you mean? People seeking asylum is illegal. People who enter the border.
The semantic games. See, that's how you be getting Kyla stuck in that semantic game. You know, we don't have to play the semantic games because we've been here 400 years. So we know what illegal is because we know how we're treated, and when we go to those other countries, so we know what illegal is. We know it's certain laws that in America get bent, and it's certain laws that don't. But when it comes to,
I'm gonna try to understand your understanding of the.
We understand what the law is. We understand what the law is. But what we're saying is that when Donald Trump got in there, he shut down the border. It ain't been in 12 months, it ain't been nobody came across. Nobody was not one person.
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe there is such thing as the United States?
Of course, Carla.
All right, if you believe there's such thing as the United States, right, then you believe that there's such thing as a constitution, right?
Of course, Carla.
Okay, the Constitution spells out who's a citizen, right? And the government basically says if you're not a citizen, right, you have to have legal permission to be here in this country, to reside in this country. You have to have permission to trade here, to work here, stuff like this. If you got somebody that says, oh, it's just the undocumented, what you're saying is, oh, they just don't have documentation. No, the bottom line is you broke the law, right? You're not entitled to documentation.
That's what I'm trying to distinguish. Those people from asylum seekers are two different things. That's the thing I'm trying to get you to understand.
Hold on, Elvis, hold on. Let me ask you something. Do you know what's going on in Florida right now? You know why the Cubans get deported? Because they came under here under asylum, right? They're seeking asylum, like the African. Well, guess what? The Cubans, they found out they went back to, once you go back to your country, right? That voids your asylum. So you got millions of these Cubans that are, they thought that, I vote for Mr. Trump. And the one lady had Trump tattoo on, and she got deported. You know, you see that about right? I vote for Mr. Trump. You know, and she got deported, you know? So the bottom line is this. People have been abusing the asylum laws for years, right? And you know what's a sad thing? And the bottom line, it's the same thing with Trump. That Afrikaner stuff was an abuse of the asylum laws, right? Now, the problem is this, Elvis, right? Now, there are people in the world, right? I can't think of anybody off the top of my head. Oh, maybe the people in Darfur right now, Sudan. Wouldn't they be?
Oh yeah.
You know, I would like to see them here because.
So let me just say this, right, Carla. This is the summary of the law. It's a simplistic, explanation.
No,
but the law. Hold on, Carla. Let me speak for a second, please.
The law, Elvis. That's
I hear you. Just give me my time to speak. Give me my time to speak, right?
Bro.
So internationally, right, every country that's a part of the United Nations, you have to accept refugees.
No, you
don't. It is. It's an international.
Hold on.
Oh boy, Carla, I haven't even spoke for 30 seconds. Just give me the chance to explain it, Carla.
Because they only come to you if that's the case.
Give me the chance to explain, Carla.
Elvis, how come no one's seeking refuge in Nigeria or the Congo?
Hold on, Carla. I'll give you an example, a common example, right?
That's a good
in Liberia, right, during the war in Ivory Coast in like 2010, right? The people from that region in the western part of the Ivory Coast, they came into Liberia for refuge. The Liberian government had to go down there, make structures and things for them to to live in and such, because it's international law. Once there's a conflict going on in another country and they come to your border to seek refuge, you must accept them. And it's the government's priority to go in there and make sure that they have the structures and food and things like that.
It's a UN funded thing that do for refugees, Council for
Do
Refugees.
you know that there is a refugee camp for Sudanese in Ethiopia that borders Sudan?
Let me ask you a question.
And does Ethiopian have to accept them as refugees?
Okay, let's say it's fine. Refugees, right? Okay, fine. How come these people are not living in refugee camps in the United States? Why they gotta come to our cities?
I'm giving you that's why you have to let me speak, right? I'm giving you something about refugees, right? Then the Americans, right? The American president at the time, George Bush, made a law that was passed through Congress. And he thought he was being more humane to immigrants and Latinos. This is the spirit of the law. He wanted to be more humane to them. He said that if a person comes to a legal port of entry, i.e. a border, or even, and they come in there and seek and say they're seeking asylum, they make a claim, you catch them, you process them, you release them for a pending court date so that a judge can determine if their asylum claim is legal or not, or if it's going to be granted or denied. That's the law. That is the law. So yes, like you said, some people come and take advantage of it.
That's not the law. That's a ruling under administration.
Go look it up, Carla.
It's not a law because Congress didn't put it in there. I think, it's a ruling. It's like
just like the Title 9 is a ruling. It's not a law. It's a ruling by the interpretation of a law. It's like a cloture, interpretation of a law. So it can be changed by each administration. It can say
it's the same thing with Donald Trump is doing at the border. If a Democrat get in there, they can open the border right back up.
Yeah, so it's not a law.
It's not a law.
Administration could have interpretation of the law. They're allowed to do that. George Bush decided to do that or not. Barack
no president just never went against it.
Who stopped that? Barack Obama.
I just finna say that. Barack Obama the one that went against it.
And he was the one who did like that. Hell was your favorite president, Elvis. He was the one who said no, hell no.
Hey, where Pastor Manny call him? Where Pastor
Long-legged Mac Daddy.
Long-legged, that's exactly what he is, bro.
Long-legged Mac Daddy right there.
Now, Colin, you know what? I have to admit something, bro. Because the hype was so big when Obama, I saw him for who he really was, but I just couldn't say nothing because every black person I looked at, they was like a deer in the headlights. It wasn't even no talking to him being, bro.
Yeah.
Same thing with me, Hustle. I was like,
I was there, man. I was there.
I saw him for what he was. But this is the thing, though. I always tell Colin this, and Colin's always, he's always a study when I say
like
that.
Ghana shit. It's symbolic. That's all.
Hey, bad too. But let me tell you something, though. This is how I knew who he was, how what he was to come. When they always talk about that Kanye thing, when they say George Bush, just when Katrina happened, he flew over it. just looking down on it. I was watching C-SPAN, and I watched out the corner, right in the little corner out my eye. Guess who I saw getting off the plane when he flew over Katrina?
Yeah, you said
it was Obama and Michelle Obama. I had no idea. And one of the announcers said, he's like, what is a junior senator? You get what I'm saying? And then that's when all that shit makes sense. They little relationship with him giving her candy to put in her mouth and that whatever. Obama was on the plane with Big Mike when they flew over Katrina. So that's why that thing of it is, you got to look at the policy. You can't look at the person. Obama was a Kenyan dude with a white mama. It was nothing black. It was that's black people fault for calling him black.
Hey, you know what, Kyla? That Ghana shit, that was a good April Fool's joke. Yeah, you got a good one, bud. You got a good one, bud. Yeah.
What was a good April Fool's joke?
That Ghana resolution.
That what?
But the resolution that Ghana made that you keep talking about.
Oh no. Let me say this.
It's a nice April Fool's joke, man.
Hold on. No, it's right there on record. This is historic, right? Look, Bantu, right? The black people in America are Africans, West Africans, Central Africans, right? You know why I can tell? Because every black person on this panel has a sickle cell trait. Don't mean you have sickle cell anemia. You have a sickle cell trait. That's only black sub-Saharan Africans have that. You know, so everybody calls themselves Pretendians and lying. They're not. They're Africans, right? The crime against humanity, the transatlantic slave trade, is what built Lehman Brothers, Aetna, Wells Fargo, all these big institutions, Wall Street, everything you see, Bantu, that oppresses us right now was built off the transatlantic slave trade, right? The most profitable thing in human history. America was so rich, right? It supplied the world 2/3 of the world's supply of cotton and textiles. That's how rich America was. You know, America was the most productive area in the world. It dominated the world markets and everything. Slave-free labor. That's how America, I think. Had it not been for the slave trade, Bantu, Wall Street, and all American capitalism, America would look like Canada, or America would look like Australia or New Zealand.
Man, don't keep saying my name like you telling me something, bro.
No, hold on. Bantu, I mean, I'll tell you like this, but that's going to be my point. No, now, the point I'm trying to make is, now, the Civil War happened, ended in what, 1865, right? 100 years later, we had the Civil Rights Act, right? 1965, right? And then 60 years later, last year, you have another 150 years since the end of slavery, 150 years, right? In all that time period, right, the world has never condemned the transatlantic slave trade on record, right? Because you cannot move forward.
That's not true. That's not true.
No, the world has never came together and condemned the transatlantic slave trade, bro. It's nowhere.
Not
now,
true.
Hold up. The world is on record, right, condemning the Holocaust, right? And you know what the result was? The state of Israel, right? I'm saying that black in America, we're going to take that to the next level. We're going to take place for an active state.
You know, that's the only thing that I disagree with Kyla about is that black people are motivated to leave America. Like black people just not.
I would say like this. Also, I would say like this. I look at Mark Blanton, right? I'm watching him like this. I look at the type of black people. I'm not talking about ghetto ass black people, right? I'm talking about the type of black people, right? That are there's large numbers of black people, educated, money, that are living in China right now. They're living in Thailand. They're living in Italy. You know how many black Americans are living in Spain and Portugal?
I do. But this is the thing, though, Carla. This is the thing, though. So what I'm saying is, this is the problem. The problem with it is that those people that they're more older, established people. You get what I'm saying?
No. These were younger people. I know several people that live in Spain. So like that, these are people in their 20s and 30s. You know, going to school, got a job, business. The people got their skills. A lot of black people in America. You'd be surprised. A lot of black people in America.
It's more older black Americans living abroad than young people. Yes, it is. It is some young people.
Young people Even look at Austin Holland. You look at there's a growing number of young
Austin
people.
Holland ain't making no money in Africa. Austin Holland get out here.
There's a large number of younger people in their 30s that are living like that actually in Africa. You know, there's a lot of people go on the continent, you know. And I know
I get what you're saying, Colin, but it's still more older people that's living on the continent. I'm not saying that it's not younger people, but this is the thing, though. This is the thing, though. But you would have to revert. What I'm saying is, you have to convert them. These people are more technological savvy, the computers and that. You got to bring now. You have to bring them back because in order to build something like that, Colin, it's gonna be more physical in the beginning. So you have to convert these people.
Let me say this.
Go ahead.
Now, like I said, right here in Liberia, we got large numbers of Black Americans even living in Liberia right here. Poor as Liberians. You got some Black Americans living here. I see them all the time. Anyway, my guy Chris Brazen, he lives in Tanzania. You know, check out his channel. You know, he's always on the chat room. There are people moving to the continent, moving to Australia. They're moving to New Zealand. And stuff like that. This myth that America has things. You know what the problem is in America? Is we have a forced intimacy with white America. It's always been like that.
That's the same thing I just said, Colin.
So we have a forced intimacy. You know why?
I mean, you can say it's forced, but you know, but what I'm saying is black people won't agree with you and say it's forced. They'll be like, you know what I'm saying?
What I'm saying is this. The people who that's what they want, that's fine. That's the ADOS FBA. Look, they don't even like the fact that I'm in Liberia right now. They can say in the chat room, why are you over there? Why are you over there? Why are you over there?
That's true. Righteous. Man, that's a damn lie. Hustle, don't be saying that.
Put the link out, man. Kyle Fire probably trying to come up here and get that word to Bantu.
They do. Hey, Bantu. Now, when Kyle's right, he's right. They do come on there and talk shit about why he over there, and they always want to be like, okay, since you there, you should stay, cut your ties with America. You know what I'm saying?
They just telling them to stay.
This nigga, he's mad at me and being in Liberia. This nigga lives in white ass Netherlands. I heard the Netherlands people don't even pay, right? You know?
Oh, you talking about Knack?
You know, like what the fuck, man? You telling me about being Liberia? You know? So my whole thing is, yeah, there's people living overseas. A lot of black people living in Europe. Not easy one, right? And so the whole thing is this: black people are ready to try. That's not even whether they stay in America or not. Let's say the black people decide to stay in America, right? Now there's this new app that's just social network that's growing. I'm gonna talk about this right now. You know, we talk about this right now. There's a new social network that's out that's trying to compete with TikTok and everything. I think this is the real thing. I'm just waiting for it to pop off a little bit more. You know, it's called Black Shares. You know, I get it. And they're basically trying to be like, you know, basically the vision for the guy. I like the guy and whatnot.
Is it black owned?
Yes, black owned. Yeah, it's black owned, and they said, you know, he calculated all the money. That's where I got that from. Black America has $11 trillion in retirement, in assets in retirement. $11 trillion. You know, that's what everybody that works in the General Motors retirement to the steel industry. They calculated every black American.
Yeah, but retirement is not money you can have instant access to, Colin. It's paid over a period of months.
Hold on, you can roll your retirement over. That's what I do for a living.
But they don't just give you your retirement money at once like that. Usually it's not retirement, but pensions. Pension you get every month.
You can roll it over into another fund. You know, you can take it with you. You know, you'll roll over to another instrument.
But what I'm saying is, Colin, but that's my point too, that's still old people though. That's old people. What the hell is old people gonna do?
No, I'm just saying, hold on, that's just one, right? That's just one. But yeah, but you got a lot of black people like that's like $4 trillion.
All right, let's ask the question the other way, Hustle. What the fuck young people gonna do?
The young people definitely ain't going. That's the problem. You got to get the young people because you got to raise them up. Like that's what I'm saying. Like when you raise people up on technology, then they're technology driven. So you need to get them young so you can have them.
Look, you guys didn't let me finish what I'm saying, right? Now, I don't care about people coming to the continent, right? But I do believe that it's time for us to start pulling inward among us. That's something we can do, you know? The time we spend on YouTube, TikTok, and stuff like that, right? We should have our own shop. This is what this guy Blackshare is doing. We're gonna have our own marketplace, all stuff like that. Well, our apps, all the apps that black apps, we're not gonna be linked together, everything like that. So we're gonna have the billions of dollars flowing through Black America. You know, you don't have to go to any place because we live in a cyber world anyway. I don't care if you're in fucking in Panama. I don't care if you're in Siberia. So long as you're in part of the thing. Now, going to Africa, building a state, that'd be the great thing. But you don't have to anymore. You don't have to be in a physical place anymore. We're living in a cyber world, you know. So you got a lot of black people.
So does that mean you don't want to do the Afristan as a physical thing anymore, rather than the ideological thing?
I want all black people, for Black Americans, to be part of the Afristan, whether they live there or not. So it's going to be more cyber, you know. And those who want to live on the continent, say they want to change, they could do that. It's going to be an option. Just like most Jews don't live in Israel, but they invest. They invest in Israeli stock exchange, you know. People think I'm going to get everybody on a boat to go over there. No. If you feel that the need to come over there, that's fine. I'll be available for you. If you want to stay in the United States, you can do that. You want to stay in Canada, you can do that. If you want to go to Europe, you can do that. You want to go to Japan, we're going to need people in Japan. We're going to need people in China, everything. But we're going to be globally connected. That's what I'm talking about. You know, people have this idea that I think everybody's going to come in. Look, some people, Africa isn't for everybody, you know. It ain't for most people. But those of us, like I said, I see Mark Bland, I see the people like living on the continent and whatnot. I realize there are people that want to. I look at the black people that's here in Liberia. You know, despite all the problems we got in Liberia, there's a growing Black American community here. You know, they meet everything like that. You know, they haven't invited me to the thing like that because they think I'm trying to take over. You know, but you know,
do you want to know the biggest thing, the biggest problem that showed itself this year with Africa, and then that put the nail in the hammer of that Pan-African stuff for a lot of people? That you remember how they acted when that dude Austin Holloman, when that some girl said something. You saw how they was all out there acting a fool and doing all that extra stuff when whatever was supposed to happen with him, right?
No, I think it was that was Steve you're thinking about.
Huh?
Steve, I think you're talking about that dude Steve in Tanzania.
No, I'm talking about it was Austin Holland. Austin Holland had an issue too when they tried to kick him out of Kenya. They had an issue with him too down there.
I didn't think that was
That's the passport bro, right?
Nah, I guess he was with him, yeah. But they was like had a whole thing. They was doing a petition, but they did not do one.
It was that guy. No, it was that guy Rollo.
No, don't, Colin. This is Austin Holloman. This happened around last year. This happened around like earlier last year because he did videos
Rello,
and everything about how he.
I remember the guy Rello was calling Kenyan women ugly.
No. There was Austin Holloman that they did it too because he got where he was staying there. They was trying to kick him out and they was petitioning everything. He even got videos where he was talking about it. He was crying and shit and everything like a weak nigga. But what I'm saying is,
Africans, they've been showing their hand.
But what I'm saying is that when that white dude went over there and did some shit, they didn't do none of that shit. The goddamn Garner Mills came out there and said some shit about
because Austin Holloman was in the country talking all that shit. The white guy left Africa, went to Russia, or went to Ukraine, wherever he was, and then he started talking crazy.
What's the okay? Ever since you like to do this, I'm gonna give it back to you the same way how you give it to Colin. Pause. The same way you say which one is worse. So somebody talking shit or actually showing videos talking shit about African chick or showing videos of fucking African chicks. Which one is worse, Evans?
Right. My point here is there can't be any retribution. Hold on. It's not an argument, right?
It ain't an argument. It's a question.
Right, let me respond.
So I'm asking
let me respond.
You ask everybody else.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Right. The question is about the retribution.
But see, and that's why I tell you don't answer no question. When he asks you those direct questions, don't answer.
No, I'm answering the question. They can't be retribution.
No, you did not. It's a real question.
Fine.
It's the same.
It can't be retribution against somebody who is no longer in your physical space, right? If people came there was trying to get him out of a place because he was there physically, if he said whatever he said that got them mad, he wasn't in the country. They can't take any retribution against him because he's not there.
They didn't take no retribution against Esther Holliman. What I'm saying is that they went out and did, but just talking shit, making videos about it. They ain't doing that shit about the white dude. They ain't do.
You said they wanted to get him evicted from the place he was living, right?
No, they just wouldn't rent it, but they just wouldn't rent it to him no more because he was throwing parties.
Right, that's the point I'm saying. So they took retribution against him.
No retribution.
You said they won't even rent it to him anymore because they didn't like what he did.
The people that was at his apartment, he just said the man didn't like him because of he was trying to talk to one of his daughters or something. It was some weird shit. It didn't have nothing to do with what they was complaining about. The dude just told him he had to go find another place. He found another place, so. If he wasn't bad to find another place, that would be different. But the guy didn't want to rent to him no more, and he just told him to go. That's just how Africa is like that. But what I'm saying is that the guys out here goddamn having sex with all type of chicks. You get what I'm saying? And nobody ain't said a word.
If the guy was in Africa,
it doesn't matter if he's in it.
It does because if somebody is unattainable,
it's like saying he killed somebody, but then he left it with the
Ghana men were mad. They were mad at the women. They were mad at the white man for doing what he did. No. But they can't lay a finger at him. They can't do anything to him because he's not in Ghana.
They weren't gonna lay a finger on him anyway.
That's the problem. You have to. It's not possible for you to find out because he's not in the country.
That's the difference. What I'm saying is there? You know what the funny part? This how I know you don't know about this story. You get what I'm saying? You just knowing what the part of they seeing after he left. That white guy put out those videos while he was still in Africa.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the funny part.
Yeah. If you say that, then I don't know because even you can put out a video, but certain things goes viral, right? If I go and put out a video right now on my YouTube channel, maybe 5 people will see it, But once something goes viral, and everybody knows about it and people start to see it, I don't know if you were still on the continent when that happened.
He made so much money off of it. The videos have been up on this channel almost 6 months. On his
and when the people started noticing it, I don't know. I don't know what the video is. I don't know what it is. But my point here is,
if he was
in Africa, I guarantee you, if it's not 1, if it's not 2, if it's not 10, somebody was going to try to find him and do some harm to him. They would be wrong.
Yeah. But anyway, all I'm saying is this: those videos was out 6 months before this story, before it even happened.
Where were the videos posted?
Huh? On Telegram.
Oh, Telegram.
He was selling them on Telegram.
Oh, okay. He was selling them on Telegram.
Yeah, they've been out. That's the part of it. See that, hey Steve, that's how I know when people don't know the story, don't know it, because I went and researched everything, and I found out when he left, and I found out when he was putting on video. He got like 12 videos. They only showed like 4 girls. He got videos about 12 bitches on there.
Oh. Yeah, if that's the case. Yeah, you're saying that, and that's the point that I'm making. Steve, you know this. If you, I think you're on Telegram, right, with the group. Mm-hmm. If you put something out there, if it's not a lot of Ghanaians who know you and know that these women are Ghanaians or whatever the case may be, nobody is it's not going to catch flame. When something goes viral, that means a lot of people have seen it and it's been brought to a lot of people's attention. And once that happened, that's when Ghanaians started to talk about it and everybody else started to talk about it. So the internet is a vast place. Simply because you put something on the internet don't mean that everybody knows it. And everybody in a particular location are going to see what you did, and then
all this shows is that what I'm saying, that African chicks are easy as fuck. It don't take but about $2 to $8. You get what I'm saying, to have your way with them. It is what it is. You're definitely taking chances. That disease is rampant over there. You know what I'm saying? They got strong.
It's the same thing everywhere. They got women on the street corner selling themselves for $40.
It's a whole. It ain't no $40. You must ain't been on to the host road. It's way higher than that now.
Okay, but I don't know, but whatever the case may be.
Yeah,
but I'm saying there's prostitution. There's people who are promiscuous, and lascivious.
You don't hang out in these sections. You have no idea what you're talking about, bro.
But what I'm saying, I don't. But I'm saying it's not a thing that's unique to Africa. If you go to Thailand, I'm sure there are women there.
Who said anything about us being unique. That's you adding. That's you adding that.
You said what it shows is that African women are easy.
I said
No,
what it
women
shows
women
is
in poverty tend to,
what it
same
shows
thing
is
with the
that how
Filipino
easy
women
it
and
is to get
the Thai
them.
women.
I guarantee you, no white dude that ain't rich like that can't walk up to no black woman at her job and have sex with her at her job.
Hold on. You guys got to chill.
Yeah, because the black women are working and making income. Most women in Ghana are not
Those
working and
women was
making
working
income.
at the job. They was fucking them at their job. What are you talking about? That's how I know you don't know what you're talking about. If 3 of them, he was fucking them at their job.
All right, you guys, please. The top. My wife listen to this shit, man. Come on, help me out.
Golly, man. And it's amazing how you talk about stuff that you have no idea what you're talking about. And you do it all the time and call it.
No, you made a statement. I'm not arguing about the part about
it's not an argument. You just don't know what you're talking about. How can it be an argument when
what
you
I'm
don't
responding to is that you said that he proved that African women are easy, and I'm telling you that women in poverty are more susceptible to going with men.
How you know they was in poverty, Elvis?
I mean, he's in Ghana, he's in Africa, right? And you're comparing them with Black American women in America. The income dynamics.
How do you know those women was in poverty? It's a simple question.
I mean, you have to use your mind. Or were they
use my mind?
Well, you said these women are working. A woman working at a hotel, is that a woman in poverty or a woman who's very well off to do?
Well, it's a big difference. See, that's how.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, come on, think about it.
That's not a
between
excuse.
poverty and well off. It's a middle ground.
I'm telling you, Ben, to the girls who are on the whole scroll, are they wealthy women? Do they have $1 million in their bank? That's why they're selling themselves on the street.
What are you talking about, bro?
Man, some of them just lazy. They don't want to work a regular job.
But yeah, even if they're lazy, right? That still doesn't show that they have money. A lazy person that have $10 million in the bank is not going to be on the whole scroll selling herself for
What are you
$20.
talking about? You had Lauren Fishburne's daughter out there on the whole stroll.
Well, she was doing porn. She wasn't on the host.
That's how I know you don't know what you talk about. She was on the host roll on Figaro too.
The ladies
that's how I know you don't know what you be talking about.
The ladies in Africa, you've said this before. Even on Dynasty's show, right? That you can go to a chick, for example, the girls in the bars that go to these clubs and try to push themselves on men. Really, they're doing prostitution. They're selling themselves to, even though they're not on the host roll, they're in the club or in the bar. But you know what it is.
In college.
And they're selling themselves to you. Is it because they're wealthy women and they have a lot of money? Or is it because they're trying to earn an income by selling them?
No, they just money hungry like females are. Okay. Females are money hungry everywhere you go. And the African women, one thing that Carla said earlier that we were talking about is how the nature is gone. You got these African women out here, they out here acting just like American women. You get what I'm saying? But the thing about it is they taking it to the next level, because the thing about African women is that you can see when you can go to a club or a bar in Atlanta, you might see 3 or 4 chicks dancing, right? Bantu. But if you go to a bar in Africa, all the girls are shaky.
Yeah, that's because they looking up to them stupid ass bitches.
They looking up
Cardi B and all the rest of them. Usual suspects.
Let me give you a better example as Black Americans. Say for instance, like you have those guys that's in the Crips and the Blood, Bantu. You know, when they go to different cities and they try to recruit. When they recruit in those new cities, them boys start doing drive-bys more than goddamn Minister Society. Can they just get into it? Yeah, that's how the African girls are. It's new to them. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? So they're out there.
Be wilder than anything.
Yeah, they're wilder. It ain't because they broke. It's just because they're being seen. When you go to the bar, that was the most shocking thing about it. When you go to the bars in Nigeria, it was mostly college girls. That was the girls at the university.
Yeah, that's how they paying for their
Yeah, I mean, I don't get it. You're making multiple points, right? Because
what I'm saying is, you tried to say that they was out there because they. No,
you made a statement. You said that this proves that African women are easy if you give them like $8 or whatever, and they're going to sleep with you. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, I wasn't finished with the point. It was just easy because he's a white dude.
That's where I was coming from. It.
Some ain't give him nothing. That just shows you. That just shows you the bad nature of the white of an African chick.
You talking about that nigga went to Ghana spreading AIDS?
Yeah. Well, now it's Hey, Bantu, it's something that don't even get discussed.
I know.
Yeah,
Shit.
I mean, you can. I mean, I'm sure
That's why I went.
people that went to college knows that
Shit.
if you are on a college campus and you go to a party, there's different like organized parties and whatever, or go to a little club in a college town.
I've been kicked
A lot
short
of
for
young
me.
girls and a lot of young boys out there, they're I hate to use the word heat, but they're going to probably hook up with a couple of girls, over a couple of weekends. Is that proof that those young college girls are easy and that they're promiscuous because they're going out there and
Bro, it's a whole different dynamic. It's a whole different dynamic from some girls to all girls.
Right. So you said
It's a
African
whole
women.
different.
You made a broad statement that there's
Oh, I
proof that
did
Ghanaian women are
because
easy.
I did because when I went to places, it wasn't just one girl; it was all of them. Every last one of them in there.
Well, it depends on where you go, right? African men know you don't go to
Of course, it
clubs
matters
and
where you go,
bars to
but it was
find
just
good
Hey,
it
women.
was